Hello and welcome to Media Musings. Of course, welcome to anyone lurking in the chat and or watching in the future. This week, we will be doing a special live deconstruction of a piece of media. And also, this is going to be the first YouTube series featured on Media Musings.
Yeah,
And it's a good one. It is a good one.
it's a good place to start.
Yeah. So, I mean,
Although ironically, I think this is the final episode of it.
it's the most recent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's he may do some more yet. Yeah. So.
Well, I think there's going to be at least one more.
Okay.
This
So
is. Oh, go on,
I've
Needle.
never seen this. These two just came at me with this Checkmate Lincolnites, and I thought, okay, cool. It better be a satire.
Yeah.
I know nothing about this. Give me the TLDR for me and for the audience.
Okay, so the TLDR for Checkmate Lincolnites as a series is basically it's a satire of what's the word lost cause lost cause apologia videos where Aton Shea plays both characters. First is Johnny Reb, who is a very close caricature of a neo-Confederate, to the point where when he actually gets neo-Confederate flame comments in his videos, he will work them into the script and actually put them in the mouth of Johnny Reb.
Okay. Can I just clarify, because my understanding of what lost causes might be slightly different because it's been a while. Yeah. My understanding of lost cause is the general overview of lost cause as a concept is those with modern Confederate sympathies. Let's word it that way.
Yeah.
Those with probably one too many white bed sheets in the closet. Like to argue that the American Civil War, as we know it from the outside, or the Civil War as the Americans know it, was fought for any reason but the preservation of slavery. Yeah. This is my understanding of what the lost cause philosophy ideal concept is.
Yeah.
And they usually like to argue that these people were fighting for their homes and their farms and to protect their livelihoods and their women folk.
Yeah.
There's famously, was it John Oliver? I remember seeing a thing once of a black guy calling someone out at an anti-Confederate march where they were marching to bring down a statue, and some guy genuinely had the nerve to say to a black guy, my family weren't rich enough to own slaves. They were fighting for their land and for their freedom. Which, irony. But yeah, that's my understanding of lost cause.
And like I said, the character of Johnny Reb is a satirical caricature of the lost cause apologist.
Yeah. Why do they need a satirical caricature? They are a satirical caricature.
Well, and like I said, he actually works in actual neo-Confederate comments on his videos into the scripts.
Yeah.
Okay.
In a way, this is like the most creative way I've ever seen someone on YouTube deal with hate comments. That he's worked them into into the script, into these scripts, because he's obviously had people leave these comments,
but
they're sort of, I suppose there's somewhat hate comments, but there's enough in them where you can get a talking point out of them. To say.
Largely the format is you have, Johnny Reb, who's, presenting the Lost Cause Apologia. And then you have, in the earlier episodes, it was just Atanche dressed in a union, union uniform.
Yeah.
Debunking the claims with actual, historical data. And, but eventually he kind of the role kind of became its own character called Billy Yank.
Yeah.
So,
and this is I believe a reference to the movie Gettysburg. It's, the see in hell Billy Yank, see in hell Johnny Reb. It's kind of a reference to that.
What we've got is someone who is very well versed in American Civil War history.
Yeah, he was.
I would hope so.
He was a reenactor, a living historian at Gettysburg.
Okay, so we've got living historian at Gettysburg, which means he's well qualified, well educated, which means there's not going to be a lot for me to say because I'm not going to have any argument against anything he says historically.
Yeah.
I mean, I might have the odd little thing, but to be honest, so we've got you're the historian, but with no real context and framing coming into this. I'm the U.S. Civil War buff with that, and there's not a lot that he's going to say I'm going to argue with. It's just maybe the odd little thing I could expound on a little bit.
Just to clarify for anyone who doesn't remember my background, I have an undergraduate degree in history and American studies, which in the UK means 50% of my modules were American history or American media based, and 50% were other history. I did everything from the Crusades to the frigging medieval Renaissance. Just whatever popped up on my list of optional modules I took. I've done modules on, obviously, American Civil War, Civil Rights Movement. I even had one memorable module that went by the name Beer and Fraternity, A History of Drinking in America. Which, believe it or not, alcohol had a massive part to play in a lot of American history.
Oh yeah, that could be a stream in its own right, believe me.
Yeah, very much so. And in American politics as well, like the taverns in historical America were the salons of America. They were as the salons were in France. This is where you went, and the coffee shops in France, where you went and for a penny you got to read the paper and got a cup of coffee and discuss the politics of the day. The reason I say that is
it's not a coincidence or that one of the more prominent founding fathers was a brewer.
No, not at all. The reason I say that is because I have studied the American Civil War from 5 or 6 different angles. I've studied it straight up. This is the history of it. I've studied it from the African American point of view. I've studied it from this is the impact of alcohol on it. I've studied it on Reconstruction looking back. I know it, but don't expect me to be able to nitpick the facts and the details because, as you've all heard me say multiple times on this channel, the dates and the details, once you get into high-level historical analysis, don't necessarily matter. Like, I have genuinely, on history exams, written the wrong date or the wrong name for a person. Like, I've mixed up father and son, or I've got a date 5 years out.
Yeah.
And I have not lost marks for it because that was not what was important. What was important was the analysis of the events. And did I understand the process of events and what was happening?
Yeah.
So yeah, don't expect me to nitpick the details. That's what Scum is here for.
Yeah. That's those sort of things I get a bit anal about at times. But
so Scummer can absolutely.
Which is why I've not got. This is why I'm not an actual historian.
I mean, to be fair, you can do it. And I'll leave the details up to you, Scummer. For me, I'm more interested in the high level, because we've talked about classical reception on this channel, and what I'm getting from what you're telling me about this and that opening shot is this is Civil War reception. And I use the term in air quotes. It's the Civil War through the prism of media, in this case satire, exploring our reception of the Civil War in modernity. So this is not talking about what happened in the Civil War. This is talking about, what do modern people think the Civil War was? Are they right or wrong?
Yeah.
And it's satire, so we will point and laugh at the discrepancy between the truth and the reception. That's what I'm getting from it.
Yeah, and there are there are topics like, was Sherman a war criminal?
Yeah.
Were there black Confederate soldiers?
Yeah.
I mean,
the one I reacted to was did the South have better generals? Which is the one I reacted to. But I think this one, I think this is one where I think you could actually really weigh in a lot on this, because the topic of this one is Civil War history being rewritten.
Rewritten.
Yeah, this is the way,
like it's ever been properly codified and written anyway.
Yeah, this is this is what is being answered. This is what he's being addressed here.
Teaser for for near the end of the stream, but this has one of the best overt satire scenes I've seen on his channel since he had Johnny Red being possessed by a Nazi.
that sounds watchable as well. But yeah, just my gut reaction to that question of, is the Civil War history being written? Yes, but probably not in the way Confederate flag shaggers think it is.
Not in the way, not in the way that, well, not in the way they'd like it to be. Let's put it that way.
Not in the way that gives them the opportunity to use their Christian persecution complex to justify their modern day racism and other bigotries.
Yeah.
So
and one last bit of channel business before we get into this proper. A week ago, or just over a week ago, I learned that my father passed away. And that's why this stream got moved. Now my family, or now a friend of my family, did start a GoFundMe for helping with final expenses and funeral, memorial service costs. And it's in the description. I'll leave it up to whoever's conscience as to what they want to do with that information.
I've also just put it in the live chat as well. If it's again, so
again, look, I think, because I know Ring feels very awkward about this. We've discussed it. We're married, of course we are. It's entirely up to you folks what you do with the information that there's a GoFundMe there or not. No one's expecting anything or asking anything, but we know times are hard. But if you've got anything spare and you feel so moved to do so, the link's there if you want it. Yeah. Cool. Right. That's the admin out the way.
Yep. So now I think we should get started proper.
Yeah. Let's do this.
Okay.
Cool.
I've been looking forward to this one, you can tell.
So just wave at me when we want to pause it if I haven't already paused it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Slavery. The war was about slavery. God damn it.
Yeah.
How is this even possible? Is it the school system? Is it your home life?
Oh, come on.
Okay, yes, it is the school system. That's a fucking brilliant opening line. That's
Yeah,
just fantastic.
well,
And
and
to put it in Lincoln's mouth as well.
so the thing is, you know, how you were talking about this being Civil War reception. You know, this video, like most, this video opens up uniquely in terms of the series, because usually it's they're just sitting there at the beginning, but this has them reacting to, I think that was like drunk, or that some other history sketch show.
So wait, we're doing a reaction vid of a satirical reaction vid.
Not really, because that's the only clip from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as a jumping off point, there's some Inception level nonsense going on here, folks. Okay, cool.
I was into that. That disgusting film is nothing more than Yankee propaganda. History is written by the victors.
Okay. Turn off this. Yeah, the subtitles are not helpful.
Okay, so I want to discuss history is written by the victors. This is a classic, beautiful, brilliant cop-out for anyone who wants to claim that they've been presented a false view of history.
Yeah.
With just enough truth to it that you can... It's one of those thought-terminating cliches. History is written by the victors, therefore I don't have to believe history. And then your brain stops.
Yeah.
If you dig into that and you say history is written by the victors, do you understand that not all history is written, and it's been a long time since we've relied purely on written evidence for history?
Hey, kitty!
And and of course, as we mentioned before, that he likes putting his the comments of, well, he likes putting his, the comments that he gets from neo-Confederates in the mouth of Johnny Reb, and we see that on display here.
Yes. And I do like that he does that, because this particular thought-terminating cliche is really irritating to me. Because history is not written by the winners. Because if history was purely written by the winners, we would know nothing about slavery from the point of view of slaves. We would know nothing about the Roman Empire from the point of view of anyone but the Romans. We would know nothing about the medieval period from the point of view of anyone but the frigging Pope. And we would know nothing about the Renaissance from the point of view of anyone but like the Medici and their artists.
Yeah.
We know shit. And it's one of those this is, when I get into my rants about people who think they know history, or people who think they can do history because they've got a STEM degree or another degree.
Yeah.
This is one of the major pitfalls of that. What they think history is written by the victors. That is a very elitist, very early version of history. For a while, yes, history is not written by the victors. History is written by the literate.
Yeah.
For a start. Like, the victors don't write the history books. The people who write the history books write the history books. There's a reason we know Henry VIII was a tyrant, and we know all these other things. It's because the people who hated him wrote shit down.
Well, someone always said, because someone actually sort of like gave me something, because I used to spout this line quite a lot myself. Hands up. Someone who actually knew a bit of history just turned around and said said one thing to me. It says the Mongols, and I'm like, oh, I thought actually, they won quite an awful lot, but most of what's written about them isn't very complimentary.
Yeah, it is about them, not by them.
Yeah, and
because they didn't write shit down.
Or you could also say, the same thing about the Viking Age Scandinavians, because most of what we have, from Scandinavian sources were after Christianization, and most of what we have on the Viking raids were written by the English.
Yeah, there's a reason when you read the prose edda that Loki comes across as a Jesus figure, and it's not because he was in the original.
Yeah, I think you mean Satan figure.
No, I mean a Jesus figure. I do mean a Jesus figure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Catch me later on that one if you want to discuss that. But yeah, and the it's the same reason that 2,000 years later we are still relying on Tacitus and stories of Christians being thrown to the lions, as if this was an everyday occurrence and life wasn't,
Yeah, something that happened like a couple of times. I mean, with just about anything, there's always some grain of truth to it. But, just because it happened a few times does not mean that it was pervasive. I mean, if you were to pull any random Christian off the street in the United States, I guarantee you they would say that they are persecuted in this country when they hold the majority of the power in this country.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah.
We saw it recently. The UK recently had a census, and because for the first time, Christians, people who did find themselves as Christian, are less than 50% of the population. Oh boy, were they out in force!
Just fucking meltdown. They just absolute fucking meltdown.
Yeah.
Same thing here.
Yeah. So yes, history is written by the winners, but usually because there's not many losers left to write the history. That's because that sentence, it does actually say something. What it says is that human beings, as a general rule, throughout history, are not particularly merciful.
Yeah.
Like, history is written by the winners means that the losers didn't survive long enough to write shit down.
I mean, not only that, but there was also the element of, especially going way back, it's when you conquered a people, you killed off all of the men and boys and all of the women who had lain with a man, but you kept the virgin women and the young children that were female for yourselves.
And
so,
I also, just to build on that, and we're talking about eras in which being a 13-year-old virgin was weird and was something special. Shout out to Catholicism. She was 13 and a virgin, and this somehow made her special.
I'd make a comment about Genghis Khan being merciful by comparison, but we're not talking about Genghis Khan. We're talking about Checkmate Lincolnites.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. That's a very it's a thought terminating thing, but it is worth digging into what that's saying, because if you're saying history is written by the victors, let's take another racist fascist regime and say history is written by the victors. Excuse me, we still have the record of Mengele's experiments.
Yeah.
History's
they helped, to be honest, to be fair, that particular regime were quite helpful to future historians because they fucking documented everything.
The Russians documented everything. The Romans documented everything. The only reason we don't know something about ancient Rome is not because they didn't write it down. It's either because the church suppressed it, it was lost to time because that shit just happens, cough, Library of Alexandria, cough, or there was some catastrophic loss of information and we're still digging it out. I gesture to Pompeii as an example of that one.
Yeah.
We know, and the idea that history is written by the winners is patently false, because ancient Rome fell. So if history was written by the winners, we should only have a Christian worldview narrative post ancient Roman fall, in which empire was terrible and the ancient Roman Empire was terrible and was evil and threw people to the lions on a regular basis, which it did, but not in the way it's presented to Christians. Because anything to make themselves martyrs.
I get what you're saying, but there's also, the victors tend to be the ones in power, and even if they're not controlling the entire story, they are still able to spin the narrative. And if you look here in the United States, right now all of the school books are done by a single company in Texas, and
Yeah.
they are slowly but surely weeding out information.
But this is what I'm getting at.
Actually, we're gonna put a pin in that because that's gonna come up later in the video.
Okay.
I will say though, but this is what I'm getting at. The textbook makers in Texas didn't win the Civil War. They're the ones who are writing shit down about it. That's the point I'm making. So yeah, anyway, let's carry on.
Yep.
And now, through political correctness, today's media are rewritten as those of us with
common sense.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, common sense isn't.
Common sense isn't common.
Exactly. And it's also, unfortunately, when you're not inoculated from a young age against propaganda, you learn to internalize your feelings about when you're presented information. And you learn to, you justify your response to information by saying, I feel.
Yeah.
And you rely on what you think is a gut instinct. What you don't realize is that gut instinct is not an instinct, and it doesn't come from your gut. It comes from 8 to 10 years of a school system that deliberately indoctrinated you to think and feel a certain way. So when something familiar comes along, it feels right. And when something unfamiliar comes along, it feels wrong. Therefore, you reject it. And you call that common sense because you cannot actually justify your rejection of that information other than saying, well, of course, it's common sense, which is basically a cop-out for, I don't know why I don't like this, or I don't know how I know this. I assumed everyone else did, and I have never questioned this.
Or in the words of 21st century political philosopher Cyrus the Skeptic, common sense is just the collection of our biases.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
a really good
That's
way
a
to put
really
it.
good quote. I like that.
Yeah,
Yes.
that is like kudos to Cyrus on that. This is honestly just, it's one thing for me personally. Like when it comes to religion and politics, like the two big, like most divisive topics, like it makes me a little uncomfortable when I see like parents like bringing their kids up in that, like, or telling them that this is the way it's supposed to be. Like, I mean, I'm an atheist, but I'm not raising my kid to be an atheist. I am just raising him without, endorsing a religion, but teaching him about religions from like a cultural and historical perspective. And when he gets to be, teenager later, if he picks a religion that he wants, I'll support him. Like, I don't really care, but I want him to question things and come to his own conclusions on things, not give him answers he's not supposed to question. And it's the same thing with politics. Like I'm very open about like my, fucking lefty leanings, but most of that is coming from like a humanitarian, egalitarian thing where it's like, I think people should be taken care of, but I'm not raising my kid to be a socialist, but he's probably going to end up one, like, through osmosis, like that's just how it goes. You tend to be like,
I mean,
your parents, but I'm trying my best not to shape him like me, but even without that, I still, I see it like, and I have other atheist socialist friends that are raising kids, and it's the same thing. They're not pushing it on their kids, but their kids still like, my friend Shane, when his kid came home from like 2nd or 3rd grade, like they mentioned to him that, they talked about God in class today, and it was like, oh, so what did you think about that? It was like, so that's kind of like bullshit, like.
But
anyways,
I was going to say, being a lefty,
like,
you're probably not going to fit in on this channel.
There's a few other things in that comment I want to pick out. This concept of political correctness. You mean correctness. You mean empathy and human decency. And true history. I have opinions.
Now, remember, This is a neo-Confederate hate comment being put in the mouth
Yes,
of a
I'm
caricature.
I'm aware, but there is no such thing as a true history. There are
Yeah.
basic facts. Such and such a thing happened at such and such a time. But like I said, once you get to analysing history at anything resembling an advanced level, you stop giving a shit about the basic facts because they're not necessarily that important except to grant context.
I mean, the closest that you'd get to, true history is what I like to call the one unifying truth of history. Is that humans are going to human.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair.
But the thing is with this concept of true history, it's empiricism, and you heard my rant the other week about empiricism.
Oh yes.
So I'm not going to repeat myself, but that's empiricism right there. Now, if you want an example of how to prove that there's no such thing as true history, after this stream, or if you're watching this, have someone else watch it and sit down and talk afterwards about what you took from it or what happened in it. And I guarantee you both will remember it in different ways because everyone's history is unique to them and what they take from their experiences. And, there's honestly, this line comes from a Bon Jovi song. I know, don't at me. But there's a great line in a Bon Jovi song that goes, "Baby, there's 3 sides to every story. There's yours, mine, and then there's the cold, hard truth."
Yeah. And
the truth is always somewhere in between everyone's story.
And I'll just tell you to hold that thought, Noodle, because I have seen this video already. This will be addressed.
Yeah.
I mean, perception, like our perception of reality is our reality. I mean, if you go to a person and you say something and you intend it to be taken, one way, but they take it a different way, well, they didn't do anything wrong. They just perceived it a different way. And so it's everybody's perception of events. That's why, eyewitness testimony is so bad because memory is faulty. Your memory changes. It's actually very easy to change someone's memory going forward with subtle, like not huge changes, but subtle shifts and changes. Like it has been shown to be very doable to alter a person's memory of events with like little nods and conditioning. And it's why you can't rely on just what you remember happening being like that part in the middle, that cold hard truth.
Yeah. No. And it's one of those things of when you talk about truth, everyone has their own truth. There is a truth. The truth is we are all sat here from wherever we are in the world on this stream right now. That is an objective truth. But we've all come to it for different reasons with different backgrounds, and we will have different receptions to this, and we will go on and remember it in different ways. And the only truth is that at some point, the 4 of us were all on an internet connection somewhere talking about this.
Yeah.
And that's the only objective fact that you're going to draw from this. Because you can't know what my motives are for being here, although I'm pretty open about them. You can't know what rings are, you can't know what kiddies are or scummers are. All you can know
you can know mine because I'm not.
But this is the point of even you making that comment of, "Oh, but you can know mine." We laugh and say, "Oh yes, it's very obvious why we're here. We want to take the piss out of Confederates."
Yeah.
But why do we want to do that?
Exactly.
And when you dig into people's motives, those truths become more and more nuanced and more difficult to pass on a surface level.
I'll say,
like, why did I decide, the Confederates want a history or heritage month? Okay, I'll grant that wish. Monkey's paw curls.
Exactly.
Right?
Like, and it's one of those things of this idea of a true history. You talk about, I've got 2 Americans in the thing, so we'll use an American example. The day Kennedy was shot. How many different versions of that story are there?
Oh, I mean,
how many
dozens.
perspectives are there, different camera angles, different reconstructions,
Now,
different conspiracy.
Theories.
now we all know the real truth is that when Kennedy was shot, he didn't die. He just regenerated and became the first doctor.
Yes.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know, and I know the significance there as well. But I actually tend to endorse the I actually did tend to endorse the Red Dwarf theory of it, and it's that that they took Kennedy back in time, and Kennedy was the second gunman on the grassy knoll and shot himself.
That's pretty funny.
But,
And Red Dwarf is great.
As well, it's like Elvis isn't dead. He just went home.
Yeah. Well, for
You
me, why I'm here, like I was born in Massachusetts. My ancestor fought for the North. In I mean, going further back, my ancestor also fought you guys as like ancestors in the Revolutionary War.
Not my ancestors.
Yeah, not
darling.
noodles.
I'm not British.
Yeah,
Well, I was more
mine,
just
mine, maybe. Mine, maybe.
Maybe.
My ancestors were in a field in Poland somewhere at that time, or maybe like somewhere in India.
But
Yeah.
regardless, my great, however many great grandfathers fought for, it was like 34th, 36th Massachusetts infantry. But
I don't even know my great grandfather's second name.
well, I actually have a friend who his dad does genealogy stuff, and he did it for me. So like on my mom's side and my dad's side, I have like documents and records going all the way back to the 1600s. Like when my family left England, the Sussex area, and came to the US. But I digress. Like that's a whole separate thing.
Yeah.
But
so
I mean,
take
I
you
live
from
in Florida
Massachusetts,
now.
you are a southerner.
Like no, I am from Massachusetts. I was born there, and then now I live in Florida.
No,
I am
noodle
surrounded
means...
by people that glorify the Confederacy. I see the flags everywhere.
What I'm getting at, Kitty, is the Sussex is in the south of England.
Yeah,
But-
you're a British
Yeah.
southerner.
All right, fair.
Yeah. So basically, your ancestors are just along the road from where I live.
Well, hey,
pretty much.
neighbors.
So yeah.
So yeah, and it's this thing of my family history disappears in the 1930s in Poland, and I wonder why. And I can go back. I can probably trace my grandfather's father to India if I try on my mother's side, and then I lose it because I can't read any sort of the languages the documentation would have been in.
See, I think with both sides of my family, that as far back as I could trace, it was somewhere sort of always into the sort of middle Victorian era, because the problem we ran into workhouses on both sides, and they become a massive problem for people tracing their ancestry in the UK if you've had ancestors that were in workhouses.
Yeah, and this is a really important point about history and what truths history gives us, because the majority of people, like my family history cuts off very, very late, like because wars happened, things happened. But there's also, like with Scummer saying, workhouses, not necessarily malicious in that trying to destroy history and record of people, not necessarily malicious, just bad bookkeeping.
Yeah.
That was a big issue here in the
That's a
States
major
at Ellis Island, like people's names getting misspelled or just being changed when they first came here.
It's like that famous scene in The Godfather Part 2, isn't it? With Vito Corleone. There's actually an element of truth in that.
Yes, like I've genuinely got cousins in Poland, according to my ancestry DNA, who left Poland, went to America, and their surname changed from what my father's is to Polak.
Wow.
And I know because their DNA matches mine on Ancestry DNA, and we're family, but we're like second cousins.
Wow.
But their last name is Polak. And it's like, you don't get much more,
Shall we move on?
Yes.
Shall we watch a bit more of this? Because
Common sense nowhere's true history. Well, that's a bunch of baloney, and you're living proof of that. Millions of people around the world believe that the South seceded in the Civil War because of states' rights and taxation. And through most of the 20th century, many Americans even regarded antebellum slavery as a relatively benevolent and humane institution.
True.
And I don't know if you remember, but you guys lost, like, big time. You got your asses handed to you.
Simmer down.
Your asses were surgically.
Oh. The only people who thought antebellum, like the only people who thought Southern slavery was relatively benign were the slaveholders and the people who'd swallowed the propaganda.
Well,
So,
yeah, I mean,
white
Scarlett
people.
O'Hara, and the like, definitely did not help.
Oh
that.
yeah,
Gone with the Wind.
We're gonna put a pin in.
Put a pin in that. Hold that thought, Kitty. Hold that thought.
I would just like to point out that Roots aired in 1977.
Yeah. And I was mostly, suggesting the pause so we don't get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. But yeah, that's why I just like
Also,
to
this turn of phrase that's coming up.
Yeah.
Physically removed and physically placed within the grasp of thine own hands.
All right, that's enough of your cheek. This is serious business. In elementary school, middle school, high school, and college, we all learned that the Civil War was about states' rights and all the reasons behind the war. But then, not too long ago,
I need to address this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so do I. Can we go?
Okay,
you go
so-
first, Noodle.
So this is a problem that a lot of people who never went to college have. And I'll say college in the American terminology because that's where we're talking about. You had one of the first lessons you are taught, no matter what you study, when you go to undergraduate university, is that everything you've been taught so far is a dumbed down, simplified lie designed to appeal to children and that children can understand. You are then told, right, forget everything you think you know, we're starting from scratch here. I don't know about anyone else, but that was my first history lecture.
I mean, at least you guys got, dumbed down, simplified lie instead of just outright lie.
Yeah, no, but again,
Propaganda.
that's what that meant as well. Like, my first American Studies lecture in a hall of 200 people, and I think I've told this story before, he stood there at the front of the lecture theatre and he said, okay, so what's so special about America? Why do you all want to study America so badly? And not one of us had a coherent answer for him. I put my hand up and I said, they seem to be in control and I'd rather know more about them and be sympathetic to them than the Russians, because I'm half Polish and I know what happens if the Russians take over your country. And he just it's a good reason as any, probably a better reason than most who just probably saw Hollywood movies and went, oh, that looks cool, let's do that.
Could I now? I think this is good. It's good of a time as any now to address this states' rights nonsense.
That's what I was gonna say too.
Okay, this is
states' rights to do what?
Exactly, states' rights to
precisely.
do what? To fucking own people.
Yeah, and now I invite anyone. They're all up there on the internet. It's easy to find them, to go and look at any of the secession documents at the states that seceded.
All
of them
about
put slavery is like either number one or two on their list of priorities. It is mentioned. It is, and here's the thing. You've got to understand as well. Technically, when Lincoln was elected, he was not elected on an abolitionist ticket. I think I addressed this a couple of weeks ago. He wouldn't
have been elected if he'd have run on an abolitionist ticket. It was not a popular idea.
It was. He did stand on a platform of we're going to stop the spread of slavery, and this has been the issue with all the various compromises and so on. Going forth, because let's be honest, all the political parties were all on board with Manifest Destiny, that we're going to go, we're going to go west in, the whole continent is going to be the United States.
Yeah,
everyone was on board with that. Let's be clear, but it became the then, is it going to be slave state or free state? Now here's the thing. the Republican Party first gets their first president, and they also got like control of like the Congress, I believe, as well, which was like the first time as well. And so you could see this was the thing is, if the spread of slavery stops, eventually slavery stops.
Yeah, it collapses under its own weight.
It collapses under its own weight. They don't, because a lot of the people who've been in power, like had been the South really since the start of since the foundation of the United States, and this is the first time they felt they'd lost, they were losing power, and it's like, we got to act now because we got to do this now, or
yeah, I mean, it's the same tactic as in the UK. Like Wilberforce is credited with ending slavery in England, and in the British Empire, but he didn't. He went to Parliament multiple times, blatantly trying to stop slavery, and it didn't go through.
And
it got pushed back time and time again until eventually they figured out a way. They went round it. They changed a technical aspect of the law, of shipping and trading law, that made shipping slaves unprofitable. And then they let it collapse under its own weight until eventually he came and he said, it's no longer profitable, it's not worth it. And it went through Parliament because no one gave a shit or had any interest in it anymore.
Yeah, I just want to add something on that particular thing as well, about the ending slavery in Britain, because again, not so much that this isn't so much the history being written by the winners, but there's a little bit of the big man view of history when they credit Wilberforce with this, and I know that's not what Noodle was doing, but
no, but I will say in Britain, the people who should get most of the credit for ending slavery in Britain are the housewives who refuse to take sugar in their tea.
Yeah, it really was the working classes in Britain, the sugar boycott, a lot of the modern campaigning techniques that we know from today, like the mass petitions, the boycotts, large public meetings and gatherings. All of this was to do with the anti-slavery movement in Britain.
Very much codified
real
the methodology of protest.
Yeah.
Now that all that being said, when we're getting onto the states' rights slavery issue, there is a very good bit coming up in about like 10 minutes or so.
Yeah,
that hammers into it.
But yeah,
I just thought I'd address the states' rights things here, because I know he does another video where he goes into more detail about this, but
it happens in Britain as well. I'm not saying it's only America, but it happens. Like, there is stuff that we learned, Scummer, probably in school, that I may not have studied as an undergraduate historian, or may not have studied since, that I still think's right and is absolutely pure propaganda.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to know until I see a tweet about it, or a meme goes viral or something.
The one I always bring up, the one which obviously I know now is pure propaganda, was the wonderful benevolent British Empire.
Yeah, no, I mean, the big one for me is Churchill. Big, strong Churchill, anti-fascist Churchill. No. But the number of people, and this is the thing, this is the difference between falling for the propaganda and not. What you have to do, right, and I'm a great believer in this, is it's okay to have fallen for the propaganda. It's okay to have repeated it sometimes. What's not okay is when someone provides you genuine, legitimate evidence that you are wrong, to continue to propagate that lie.
Yeah.
You have a duty at that point to question, to understand what you are being presented with, and to form a new opinion by breaking your old one. You have a duty to continue to learn. And that's uncomfortable. It's painful. It hurts. You feel embarrassed and shameful, and it shatters your worldview on a regular basis. Yeah. Those are all good things.
On what you said, then, can I give a little bit as the reason, one of the reasons I'm here today on this, and I really wanted to do this stream, is I feel we somewhat addressed this a couple of weeks ago, but people know I used to do US Civil War reenacting. I did the North, of course, but even then, I don't think that we really, for all of that, I don't think I really learned a great deal about the actual, the real causes that were thinking forces that were in motion here. And I probably would have repeated this was about states' rights things multiple times. I'm blooming sure I did. So in a little way, this is a little quest for redemption in a way.
Yeah.
To say that.
And with that, I think we should continue questing because we're only like a minute into the
I know. We've been going almost an hour.
And certainly the Civil War was 100% about slavery and only slavery. Literally nothing else. I've literally watched history be rewritten in front.
That's a straw man. It wasn't 100% about slavery, and no one is saying it is, but at least 98.8%.
Yeah.
My eyes. But I suppose you think I'm just being ridiculous.
No, I think you're right. The Civil War history is absolutely being rewritten.
Checkmate Lincolnites.
But
nuance.
History is always being rewritten. That's how it works. Historical hypotheses are made to be challenged and questioned as others bring attention to different evidence or come at the issue from illuminating new perspectives.
That's right. There are always two sides of history, and both need to be heard, even if you disagree with one point of view.
So
yes, but also no.
we kind of already went into what Bill Yank is going to
what his response is going to be here.
Yeah, because
this is a very, very low level, poor description of what historiography is. Like that person in the comments, because yes, you have to accept the good, the bad, and the ugly of history and hear both sides. Doesn't mean you have to give credit equally to both sides.
Yeah, like
does it mean you have to think both sides are equally valid or even equally correct or equally morally or ethically good?
Like
you just have to acknowledge. You have to acknowledge them.
Those being taught alongside science. It's like you could be like, all right, some people believe this, but the evidence says it's this.
Yeah,
that would be one thing. But saying, giving equal footing to both is.
Yeah, it's like there's a great quote, and I can't remember who it's from. I'm sure Scummer's going to tell me. That says someone talking to journalism students who said, "Look, your job as a journalist, if you've got one person saying it's raining and one person saying it's not, is not to listen to both sides. It's to look out the fucking window."
I don't know why I don't know who that was, but I've got some feeling in my head that might have been Paul Foote. It sounds like
a Paul Foote kind of thing.
It sounds like something he would have said.
And also directing it to the piece of media itself. The Bill Yank granting a point with nuance, and
never grant a point with nuance to someone who can't grasp the concept of nuance.
No, well, and Johnny Reb saying "Checkmate Lincolnites," and then Dixie playing. That's the start of every how every video opens.
Cool.
And I'm going to just say it's the only good thing the South had going for it. I think is that tune Dixie is a good little tune. I'm going to say that.
I will point out as well.
Thing it's got going for it.
I will point out as well, of the two of them, the Southern uniform is preferable. I prefer the Southern uniform. Purely aesthetically. But then I like the SS uniform purely aesthetically.
Really, exactly.
Why do all the tyrants have such good fashion sense?
Because fashion is a part of propaganda. Because you can do a lot of propaganda by how you're dressed. It's why CEOs wear Armani suits. And, the SS were styled by Hugo Boss. Hugo Boss has fully apologized for their role in that since then. Absolutely no argument against Hugo Boss. They know how to design a suit to make it look fucking good.
Yeah.
Like, they made fascism look good.
IBM have still sort of tended to ignore their role in it a bit. But
Siemens. But no. Hugo Boss should at some point lean into their history and just be like, we're so good we made fascism look chic.
Yeah.
Like, I would buy a suit with an advertising campaign like that.
that could be. I don't know. It's like
would buy
on
that
some
suit.
level that slogan is so wrong, but I can see how that could work.
But no, exactly. I would buy that
Well, I think
suit.
there's a hell of a lot more sides of history than just two. There are as many different perspectives on the Civil War as there were people who lived through it. But not all perspectives are valid history. Some narratives.
Okay, so you know what I was saying earlier about there's yours, mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, this.
Yeah.
can be misleading
like I
or
said,
even outright false. And for a historian to parrot them uncritically out of some misguided sense of inclusion is just really fucking irresponsible. What you
Really fucking irresponsible. The tagline for empirical history.
yeah. But yeah, like me and Scummer have said, like throughout the first near hour of this stream, is a lot of the stuff where we were bringing up is actually going to be brought up over the course.
I will just point out that even Herodotus, the father of history, the first person to sit down and write a history, opened it up with, I'm paraphrasing, I'm not quoting, but basically said, I've written down everything I've been told about this area. I don't necessarily believe all of it, but here it is for you. Like, even he came with the disclaimer of, I may be being told porkies here when I tell you about, like, gold digging, like, mythical creatures and deities coming from the heaven to pluck soldiers from the battlefield.
Yeah.
Like, even he was like, I'm
Like
telling you this, disclaimer. So yeah, anyway, Kitty, you about to?
No, I was just laughing at even he was like, yeah, I was told this, but seems sus.
Yeah, like, I'm going to tell you these stories, but seems sus. But yeah.
You consider to be the southern side of the story of the Civil War is literally just lost cause mythology. The lost cause isn't a valid point of view on anything. It's just a collection of factually incorrect claims. It's not a question of perspective or interpretation. This stuff is just demonstrably wrong.
Says you. And what exactly do you and your cronies consider the lost cause myth? Because from what I've seen in your channel, anything that doesn't depict Confederate soldiers as bloodthirsty villains is lost cause propaganda. What you are calling the lost cause myth is so unbelievably broad, it could encompass essentially any unbiased review of the Civil War.
Sorry, that is a perfect pause there. That is.
I hope Google picks this as the thumbnail.
Okay.
Okay, you got. If not, you've got to make it the thumbnail.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
All right,
this is gonna be the thumbnail.
Here's the thing. Like, one thing I can point to, you know, for this whole lost cause like propaganda is we even in things that aren't about the Civil War, we still have lost cause mythology woven throughout our popular culture. Case in point, look at how many Confederate vampires there are. If you look going all the way back to Anne Rice, Louis was a plantation owner. He had slaves. If you look at True Blood, Bill Compton was a Confederate soldier.
Yep.
Jasper Hale
in
Twilight was a Confederate. Even Damon in Vampire Diaries was a Confederate soldier. Like, and
Now,
and not just with the vampires. Like, if you look at Firefly, Serenity, like they were, you know, there was literally, you know, some of that whole lost cause thing, even though they weren't coded as, you know, Confederates, obviously, Mal and them, like, oh yeah, this is why we won the war, and or why we lost the war, and then there was another one where it's like, we'll rise again.
The thing about lost causes, right? I'm sure from Hitler's point of view, he thought he was invading Poland to get German land back. It's one of those things of, with lost cause mythology, they do this with lost cause. They also do it a little bit with CRT, you see. What the Confederate sympathizing, usually right-wing political voices like to do, they take a concept and they question it, And they present it as this ridiculously broad, overgeneralized thing. They build it up as a straw man, basically, because the only way they can tear it down is if it's a straw man.
Yeah.
And it's like they create the bogeyman in the minds of their audience. For examples of how to do this, just go watch any old episode of Tucker Carlson. And they are old episodes because the fucker's gone.
Yeah. And
except
so-
OAN have offered him a shit ton of money, but
I will say, if you want to see Confederate vampires done right, we did talk about a great movie earlier this month, Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter.
Exactly. And this is the thing, like, I can understand why Confederates are presented as vampires. Vampires, bloodthirsty, blood-sucking, drains on society, living in the past, stuck in history. It's a compelling view with which to view people who are potentially more sympathetic to the Confederate cause. It's a very compelling, and it gives us this sense of superiority.
It's a
It
good.
makes us think, we're not like them. We're not stuck in the past.
It'd be good if, unfortunately, I think though the problem is sometimes these characters are made very sympathetic.
Well,
That's
no,
I think
that's my
the
issue
problem.
where like all of those vampires that I mentioned, you know, they
They're the
have that
heroes.
Southern gentleman thing, that
Yeah.
tragic history, tragic backstory, and you know, it's never actually, like, you know, brought up like what they were actually fighting for, or you know what, you know, like slavery is not mentioned in any of those things either, and it is romanticizing the, you know, the person that like was just kind of swept up in the larger events that are going on around them, you know, without actually
and it's
stopping.
like, to take an example you used, the Twilight Saga, Jasper Hale, kidnapped as a young boy and forced to become a soldier to survive. He's basically given a white slavery narrative. And this is how his background is romanticized in the story, and how it's justified that he was a Confederate soldier because he didn't have a choice.
Yeah,
But
and
you don't have a choice when you are low level, but he attained rank.
Mm-hmm.
And he still fought for them.
He
and
was
he
a
didn't walk
soldier,
away.
or he was an officer. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
or Bill
So-
Compton in True Blood, like he is like, well, I didn't own slaves, but you know, my father did, and
so you
like
would have
you have the, you know, the Daughters of the Confederate analog in Sookie's grandmother's club that, you know, she wants Bill to speak. It's all lost cause, you know, propaganda there, and it was basically an analog for like Daughters of the Confederacy, which are the people that put up most of the fucking monuments in the like 1950s.
But this is the thing again. There is nuance in this discussion. Like, on a very broad, high level, yes, the Civil War was about slavery. I'm not arguing that. No argument with that statement. On the personal level for each human being, human beings are more complicated than a single issue.
Yeah.
And there will have been people who swallowed the Civil War propaganda and thought they were fighting for their state's right to set its own budget.
Let's put a pin in that. Let's put a pin
Please
in
let
that.
me finish. Please let me finish. There will have been people who were told, if you don't fight, they will come and take your land and your wife and your daughters from you. How much they swallowed that is up for debate and is very much individual. But in the same way, look, people are going to look back on our era in history and say the anti-vaxxers definitely, all absolutely knew exactly that it was lies and wanted other people dead. We know that's not true because we know people who swallowed that propaganda. But that's how history will view them. And it is a much more nuanced discussion with that. And when you're talking about human beings, look, unfortunately, there is absolutely no limit on how stupid human beings can be, and how easily they can fall to propaganda and lies. Do I believe that there were people in the South who absolutely were fighting for slavery because they thought black people were inferior? Absolutely. Do I believe that there was probably some illiterate farmer somewhere with 3 daughters, a wife, who would never earn enough money in his life to be even on nodding terms with owning a slave, who was told that the Yanks were coming to take his land away, rape his wife and murder his daughters if he didn't fight. And so he stood up and he said, right, I'm going to fight for where I live. Absolutely, I believe that too. Doesn't make it right. Does not make it right that he fell for that propaganda. He was still, the end result was that he was still fighting to uphold slavery as an institution. But it is harmfully reductive to suggest that human beings are single issue people and will always understand what they are doing in a broader context of their time.
Yeah. To
Well said.
quote the great orator Agent K.
Oh, I'm referring to something very specific.
A person is smart, people are stupid.
Yeah.
Yes. But this is the thing, like, people are stupid. A person can be stupid as well. It doesn't negate the harm they did, but it maybe explains why they did it in the first place.
Yeah.
And you can explain something without justifying or negating its impact.
Yeah, no, I mean,
and we should probably continue.
I think, yeah. I just realized we're like 3 minutes into this and we've been going over an hour.
Specific when I talk about the lost cause myth. Essentially, it's a pro-Confederate belief system that emerged from the post-war histories of the White South. Its seeds were planted during the war itself, as Confederates tried to solicit international sympathy by distancing themselves from the cause of slavery for which they seceded, but really came to the fore in the 1880s and 90s, when ex-Confederates began a systematic campaign to sanitize their reasons for secession and paint their actions during the war in the best possible light.
Seems far-fetched to me. What, so former Confederates just rewrote history within living memory and everybody just went along with it?
Pretty much, yeah.
That's crazy.
Is it? I mean, look at what's been happening in recent American history. No matter what side of the political divide you're on, I think you would confidently say that the people on the other side have deceived themselves into believing a narrative that's completely divorced from reality.
Amen, brother.
At least the lost.
Look, there are still people who think George Floyd deserved what he got because there may or may not have been drugs in his system.
And
That's
I'd like to say unequivocally, January 6th...
Unequivocally, they're wrong, but...
No, I would like to say unequivocally, January 6th was a terrorist attack.
Yeah. Agreed. Domestic terror, insurrection, absolutely.
Yeah.
And yet there are people who will, with the same conviction we've just said, it will sit there and say, no, it was the beginnings of a revolution and it was about damn time.
Or they would say that it was just some people going on a tour.
Or that it was actually Antifa infiltrated the pro-Trump demo and started the riot.
Yeah.
Hi, Kevin Sorbo. Sorry.
But this is, as a historian, it is our job to hear all those points of view. It is not our job to give credit to the points of view that don't have any basis in fact.
Yeah.
And that's the difference.
Yeah. And I think we can continue on.
Yeah.
Because there's a grain of truth. Like, if you squint at Civil War history and cock your head, you can kind of see it. But today, I mean, shit. Remember the gay frog guy? Lots of people were totally on board with the gay frog guy. People crave meaning in their lives. People desperately crave meaning, and myths can give it to us.
Well, I say there was no lost cause. State rights.
Well, let's look at some of the evidence. As we've talked about before, defense of home and hearth was not the only reason Confederate soldiers went to war. Defense of slavery and white supremacy were also powerful motivating factors.
Okay, so I said that we told you, like, both me and there's a reason both me and Scummer were going crazy to tell you to put a pin in it. This bit coming up is why we told you to put a pin in it.
Yeah. But this is very much, it's look.
And a significant number of them said as much in their diaries and letters.
Oh, gracious, this again. And I suppose this is where you bust out her racist quote.
I literally have a whole duffel bag full of them.
Okay.
Pick a quote, any quote.
The Vandals of the North are determined to destroy slavery. We must all fight, and I choose to fight for Southern rights and Southern liberty. Lunsford E. Dale Jr., Staff Surgeon, 4th Tennessee Infantry, April 1861.
Quick
Another
one
one?
on here. Quick one.
Where are you going with this? You'll see.
Okay,
Very quick point on this. Back to something I said a bit earlier here. You look at some of the dates on these letters, 1860, 1861. Remember what I was saying earlier? This is all before the Emancipation Proclamation. So I just quickly on that.
Yeah. I will point out as well, like a lot of these, they're going to be people very distinctly saying, this is about slavery, I'm fighting to defend that. Yes. In the same way, Americans in the 60s and 70s were probably saying, this is about capitalism versus dirty socialism, and I'm fighting for that. No, you're fucking not. Like, there are deeper motives under that as well. Yes, you are fighting for capitalism, but there's also there's other reasons that are feeding into that broader idea.
Like the duffel bag of quotes is such a great video.
This is brilliant.
This is so funny. Just keep going. This is so.
A stand must be made for African slavery, or it is forever lost.
Now, I obviously bear in mind with these quotes, you're going to hear some very archaic kind of
and they
language.
are very,
okay, so just bear that in mind.
I take issue with African slavery. Largely because by this point in history, slavery was probably characterized by being based out of the Caribbean. But I see where they're getting at. I see what they're getting at. And basically the word African, if this quote was taken and it came out of the mouth of a Confederate who didn't have to think about it before writing it down, there would probably be another word in there. And it wouldn't be African, and it would be much harsher.
Other words
put a pin in that one.
Put a pin in that.
William Grimble, 1st South Carolina Artillery, November 1860. Another? This country without slave labor would be...
This is what I meant by there's motives behind the slavery.
Yeah.
They think they're fighting for an economic system.
Yeah.
And slavery is a symptom of that.
One of the reasons why the South had, more power was because it actually, in a way, had more wealth, like insofar as they had a lot of things that were being manufactured there, and they didn't have the overhead of paying wages to people. So things were cheaper to produce. Once you start having to actually pay people to, pick cotton and to do all the other things that, were done by slave labor, then it's no longer as profitable.
And it's completely unsustainable to actually pay for those things. That's why the South's economic collapse took place. Also, there's a reason the ancient Romans didn't invent the silicon chip. It's not because they didn't have the capacity. It's because slave labor was cheaper than inventing robots.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, this is what you got to understand. Obviously, you go back and really, as Kitty said, first sort of 40 to 50 years maybe of the United States existence, the South is the economic, really is more the economic power, I'd say. But then, you start seeing something going on in the North, the industrial, really cranking up the Industrial Revolution. Modern capitalism is coming to the equation. And this is obviously by the time of the Civil War, yes, the North is far more wealthy. Yeah.
But it is largely inevitable that a culture that loses slavery by any way, shape, or form will within 100 to 150 years have something resembling an industrial revolution. It has to, otherwise its entire economy and infrastructure is going to collapse. Yeah. Because great empires are built on the backs of slaves. It's just how it goes.
And, we can't have humans as slaves, and you wouldn't use the term slave for a robot, at least not until we get to, self-aware, sentient, AI. Then that's a different conversation.
Yeah.
But
We're
that's
already there, and sci-fi's been having that discussion for the last 50 years.
Measure of a man.
If we ever cover Battlestar Galactica on this show, then we'll come back to that conversation.
Yeah,
call me for that one.
Yeah.
This is a really important point, because the South's economy was based on slavery, but also a lot of the South's political power came from slavery.
Yeah.
Because of that pesky 3/5 compromise.
It gave
said that slaves were 3/5 of a person for the voting rights of their owner, which meant that their owner had way more voting rights than anyone in the North.
It was basically our electoral college, but cranked to 11, on a lower scale.
So this is the thing. You can conceptually, you can imagine, and again, it's understanding that people in the past were human beings with complicated ideas. That someone who characterizes their fight as for slavery, what they're fighting for, when you dig into that, and these comments really bring that to light, is they're fighting for their economy. They're fighting for peace, for prosperity, but they give that the label slavery because they've been told that slavery is what underpins all of that.
Yeah.
And yes, they're still fighting for slavery, but when you dig deeper, are they necessarily fighting objectively for slavery, or are they fighting for its consequences and the benefits?
Quick point on that before I because I've got to step out in a sec. But quick point on that. That I think this is the thing with people in general, because it's the general fear of change. In a sense that when a good example of this would be the fall of the Eastern Bloc in 1989, East Germany, and there's definitely accounts from people there that they may not have liked the communist government and that system, but at the same time a lot of people there were really, really afraid of
capitalism.
This rampant, free market capitalism. The West, it was a big, it was a change that they were scared of, and I think you have to understand it in the mindset of a lot of people in the South as well. That there would have been
changes have, and at the end of the day, we're all human. We all do it, and I'm sure we've all at some point in our lives turned around and said, "You know what? Better the devil you know."
Yeah.
And a lot of it for me is, this is why this discussion has to be nuanced, because the lost cause is a myth, but that doesn't mean that individuals necessarily were absolutely, I want to whip black people and hang them from trees and slavery. No, people were complicated.
Not everybody who fought for the Germans was of the same mindset as a Mengele. Same thing for the South. We can't paint with so broad of a brush that we erase all nuance and all detail.
As a prime example, when the Nazis rolled into Lithuania, Estonia, Poland even, they were greeted as liberators from the Russian occupation. There were parts of Lithuania that actively supported the Nazis because they were a better option than the Russians. There was a time where there was a famous massacre in Poland at Katyn of military officers. And there are records of these officers at one point were prisoners of war between the Germans and the Russians and were given the choice who to be a prisoner to. And a lot of them picked the Germans because the Germans at that point were still signed up to the Geneva Convention and the Russians weren't. And the Russians massacred those that they took. And that doesn't mean that those Polish officers were Nazis or Nazi sympathizers. It means they were trying to survive.
Yeah.
And it's what same in Lithuania. They invite the Germans in and let them beat out the Russians. Doesn't like there are still you'll see it if you're online and you see any Russian bots, especially recently. They'll point to it's called the Serov instruction countries, and the Serov instruction was basically to wipe out opposition to Russian rule in those countries, and to drive the Nazis out of there. But the locals were on the side of the Nazis because the Russians, there are actively, again, if you've ever seen Defiance, the movie, there's a bit where he sneaks into a Jewish ghetto and he actively says, you can't, and he's talking to a Jewish elder who says, we're not going with you under the power of the Russians because we remember the pogroms. Shit's complicated in wars.
Yeah.
And things, especially stuff like that. When you've got literal German Jews in ghettos knowing they are being shipped off to death camps, although still in denial about it, some of them, actively choosing not to escape when given the opportunity because they'd rather be under German rule than Russian rule. That says a fucking lot. And people don't forget. And that's why I have not sympathy for the lost cause, but I understand why this is a more nuanced argument than people who supported slavery, people who didn't.
Yeah.
And it's a more nuanced discussion to have. And as Gummer said, again, when Japan took Singapore from the British, the same thing happened. People remember the past.
Yeah.
And they will always go with the one who historically hasn't oppressed them.
Or has done it less.
Yeah.
Or has done it less.
So, the lesser of two evils.
Let's continue.
Yep.
Completely worthless. We can only live and exist by that species of labor, and hence I am willing to fight to the last. William Nugent, 28th Mississippi Infantry, September 1863.
Let me top you off there.
Lincoln declares the blacks entitled to all the rights and privileges as American citizens.
Oh!
So imagine your sweet little girls in the schoolroom with a black woolly-headed Negro and have to treat them.
Okay. I have opinions. Why is it when white people have got a problem with an outsider, they always talk about protecting their innocent little girls? Why don't they care about their sons?
Well, because it goes
little
back
girls
to that.
are photogenic and it's emotional and it speaks to the protective patriarchal society that they are promoting.
Well, also, I mean, going back to, what I had mentioned earlier about, conquerors and taking the young virgins for concubines. But there's also just that knee-jerk reaction of purity culture and your daughter being tainted.
Yes.
And that is what they are leaning into.
What you've got here is you've got your sweet little quote unquote innocent girl against the black woolly-headed. The dehumanization versus the infantilization of archetypes. Just while we're on this particular topic, Carolyn Bryant's dead.
Yeah.
The woman who accused Emmett Till is finally dead. And I have nothing nice to say about her, but I feel like it's an important point to raise when we're discussing this thing.
Please check out the last episode of Media Musings.
I was in my early 20s when I learned about Black Wall Street and the Tulsa bombings. I was in my early 20s. I know people that were much older when they watched Watchmen for the first time. They're like, that didn't happen. And I'm like, no, it did. It absolutely did. The United States did absolutely drop fucking bombs because on people, on U.S. citizens, because of a fucking false accusation.
Mm-hmm. But again, it's dehumanization versus the infantilization and the promotion of the innocent archetype of the white child.
Can I just make a slightly different point on this, just based on this quote that I've seen on the street? And I think it's important when you guys are talking about nuance as well, that let's not forget that there was a lot of racism north of the Mason-Dixon line as well. There was a lot of racism within the Union. There still was a lot of people not necessarily. They might necessarily not. I mean, there's pick up in people who may not necessarily been in favour of slavery, but still didn't think people of colour should be treated as equals. So. Obviously, as I point out, there were a number of states that by and large fought for the Union, like Missouri, Kentucky, and Maryland, that were slave states.
I mean, Liberia, cough.
Yeah, exactly.
But there's a reason why the capital of Liberia is named Monrovia.
Yeah, the Supreme Court only protected interracial marriage in 1967. Yeah, that's in living memory for some people.
But I do think that's we should say that for purposes of
louder for the people in the back.
Yeah, the North wasn't necessarily this utopia of tolerance and diversity either.
We've got colour photographs of lynchings and KKK meetings and civil rights marches.
And just to tie it to current events, Clarence Thomas, in the same argument he used to discredit abortion access or abortion rights and Roe v. Wade, he extended that out to same-sex marriage, but he stopped just shy of interracial marriage, even though it's the same through argument through all of them, and that's because he is married to a white woman.
Yeah. Yeah, I was about to say that. Isn't his wife white?
Yes. She's also batshit fucking crazy.
I mean, she'd have to be married to him, wouldn't she?
No, I'm talking about full-on Trump train. She was instrumental in trying to set things up for January 6th. Like we have
William Garnett.
Yeah.
Right. But let's continue.
Again, I think,
Yeah, if we get started on Clarence Thomas, we won't stop. Another good reason why you don't want tokenism in your politics. You want merit, not tokenism.
10th Arkansas Cavalry, January 1864. Refills are free. I will show the Yankees that a white man is better.
He doesn't say the word.
He won't say it. He won't. Okay.
That's why I paused it there. Just
roll with it. Just roll with it. Just roll with it.
Then that's a bad word. Jonas Bradshaw, 38th North Carolina Infantry, April 1862. And that guy was just a private, a poor farmer. Well, let's do one more, just because we're having so much fun. It is liberty or death with me. I love home and all that surrounds it as much as anybody. But if I have to be the equal to a nope, I had rather never come home and better me fall in the...
Okay, I want to discuss this quote. Give me liberty or give me death is a very famous American rally cry. I had a textbook called Give Me Liberty by Eric Foner as an undergraduate. It's a basic history of the US. Comes in 2 volumes, or you can buy the volume 3, which is a combination of both the first 2 volumes. Very good if you want a broad overview of American history from a reasonably objective viewpoint. Although Foner is slightly left of centre, which honestly, from my point of view, is objective because so am I. But, this is liberty or death. The irony of this line coming from a Confederate.
Yeah.
Give me liberty or give me death. And this is, the right wing still does it. They play with the meaning of words. And I've genuinely been in arguments with people where they've used a word and I've called them out on because that word does not mean what you think it means. And genuinely, this person who shall remain nameless for my sanity, if nothing else, said the words, "I can use words however I want. How dare you tell me what words mean?"
Oh, hell.
Yeah.
And now I'm just thinking Fazzini and Inigo Montoya is like, you keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
Basically, yeah. Liberty. That word does not mean what you seem to think it means, bud. They're saying liberty means freedom to own slaves, but what about liberty for the poor fuckers you're enslaving?
Yeah.
Like,
it's one of the
Also,
one of the great ironies of this as well. I believe
I want to point out the great choice in not using slurs.
Yes, excellent choice, brilliantly done.
Yeah.
Again, that's why I did pause it, because it's like, holy shit.
The nope.
Nope.
Okay,
Yeah,
but here's the thing. Like in the South, like I live in the South now, it is not uncommon to hear that word, people saying it with their whole chest. My neighbor that lived across the street from me had a black cat, and that was the cat's name. That blurred out.
Wow.
That was the cat's name.
Yeah.
Is your neighbor also a fan of certain Jam Jar characters from the 1930s?
I don't know if that was a thing in America. That particular.
No, but it's got the same vibe, hasn't it? It's definitely got the energy of
There's for Kitty, if you're not aware, there's a. I'll use the name of this thing.
Just call it a goal. No, just call it a golly. Like
a goal. Okay.
Golly, and leave it at that.
I'll put it in the private chat, Kitty. Okay, but I don't want to say
it was a blacked up clown figure. That was a children's character, very sort of Andy Pandy but black kind of thing.
So like
and a very
minstrel
bad
show caricature type.
Exactly, minstrel show. Yes, exactly, minstrel show. And people there was a poll done recently on Twitter in which, what was it? 60% of people think it's bad that this is viewed as a racist stereotype. And it's like,
now that I see the word written, I do know what that is.
I thought I'd write that in the private chat. I didn't want to.
It's like people. There was a poll done of, is the golly racist? And I'm going to call it the golly, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And 60% of people said no. And it's like the state of Britain right now. 60% of people vote that being racist is not racist.
The thing is, if you look at that particular dolls, and then look at pictures of an American caricature called Jumping Jim Crow, you'll see
it's very black and white minstrel show. That's where it started, I think. But yeah, and this idea of fighting for liberty, but liberty being this is dog whistle politics.
Yeah,
this is absolutely Civil War era dog whistle politics. We're fighting for liberty. Liberty to do what?
States' rights to what?
It's like now. It's like, what is it? What's a useful dog whistle we can use as an example?
Family values.
Yes, we're fighting for family value. What family values? Not the Addams family values, because they were kinky as fuck. So what family values?
No, it's basically they want, those family values are essentially like forcing women to, domesticity because they have kids that they have to take care of. But the wealthy white man can still, pop across the border to Canada to get his mistress an abortion, but no abortions for anybody else that can't do that.
Yeah,
exactly. But yeah, this is just dog whistle politics written out. And the thing with dog whistle politics is, we hate to admit it, but a lot of the people who are repeating dog whistle politics don't realize it's dog whistle politics.
Yeah.
That's what dog whistle politics does. It has plausible deniability, and if it has plausible deniability and you're not inoculated against propaganda, you are not going to realize it has plausible deniability and not going to realize what you're saying.
I would say even if you're inoculated against propaganda, anybody can be propagandized.
And then
exactly right. I had a thing on Twitter a few months back. I'm sure you all remember this. Someone on Twitter was talking about something to do with Judaism and Christianity. And I was like, how can Christianity steal from Judaism? It's inherited it. And I did not realize until about 24 people in my mentions came at me that was a piece of propaganda I'd grown up with from a Catholic education.
Yeah.
And I understand that now that was wrong, but I had genuinely, I didn't realize I was propagating
Or
an anti-Semitic idea.
Or
Because it just did not.
Or when you point out the dog whistle, then you'll get people sea lioning you, and I am so sorry, Scummer, about that.
Yeah, let's not bring that up again. Let's not bring that up again. But yeah, I still get on with that guy, but that was a bit testing. Yeah.
But we shall continue.
Yeah. I'll just say very quick thing before we do. And this is just like tiny wee bit. This is nothing important. Just tiny wee bit of historical information. Guy come up with that "liberty or death" quote. I think it was either his grandson or great grandson, Confederate soldier.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, like the book I'm on about is "Give Me Liberty in American History."
Yeah, but
and it is well worth the $30 if you want to buy the book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The struggle for it. Will McKee, 18th Georgia Infantry, September 1861.
I like how they're including the ranks.
There's a lot more where that came from in the duffel bag, but I don't want to belabor the point. We've covered this before. So, during the Civil War, many Confederate soldiers expressed very strong pro-slavery sentiments. But decades after the war, they changed their tune. In Sam Watkins' famous Confederate memoir, Company H, written 20 years after the events in question, the author plainly stated that
we believe in the doctrine of state rights, they in the doctrine of centralization. We only fought for our state rights, they for union and power. The South fell battling under the banner of state rights, but yet grand.
If you repeat it often enough, it loses all meaning, doesn't it?
Yeah. I will say Sam Watkins' journals are a good, a pretty good insight into like the life of a Confederate soldier. It's got some use. Useful,
as with all this, yeah. I will say as well, like was it who was Hitler's propagandist? What was his name? Goebbels. Wasn't it Goebbels who said if you present people with a piece of information, however factually incorrect, and repeat it enough, eventually they'll believe it?
I think that's paraphrased, but yes.
Yeah, it's a paraphrase. Something along those lines of repeat something often enough that the people will fall for it.
It's the old tell a lie enough, people will eventually believe it. Which is that's often how it's quoted, although I don't think that's the exact quote.
As disgusting of a human being as Goebbels was, he was fucking brilliant. Like he was an incredible propagandist.
This is you've hit on something there that I do want to discuss. We like to create histories that are very black and white, good versus evil. You know, everyone's a Nazi or an ally. Everyone's a Confederate or a Northerner. You know, everyone's good or evil. But
it's all right. Spaghetti guys. We're not even a third of the way through the video.
Like we all have lots of opinions on this topic.
But one of the things I want to point out is one of the things we do, and I see this a lot, like there are videos of Hitler flirting with people or petting his dogs, and people talk about, look at him, look at how human he was. Apparently he had very blue eyes, the bluest eyes. And we demonize people who were evil, and rightly so, we do. But what we cannot forget is that they were human beings. They had to have been intelligent. They were capable. And they were human. And the people say, why are you humanizing Hitler, you fucking Nazi? No. What I'm pointing out is he was a human being. And if it was possible for him to be like that and to do those terrible things, then it's possible for any human being to turn out that way.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And that's what history teaches us, and that's what we have to remember. We like to demonize them because when we demonize them, it distances us from their behavior, so we can look down on them in superiority. But when we do that, that's when we allow history to repeat itself.
And I'll say, if could be a good conversation if and when we ever do the movie Downfall. If we ever do that, that would be a very good conversation for that.
Yeah. But it is very much, don't forget that these people were clever, intelligent, brilliant, had wives and children. There are so many stories. Like, I went to a concentration camp in the Czech Republic. There's a woman there who does the tours, and she said she grew up living in the office. Like, her father was the camp commandant. It wasn't a death camp. It was a prisoner of war camp. And she said, so far as she knew, they just had a lovely home with a pool outside and, a walled garden, and her father was lovely. And she didn't know that on the other side of that wall, Russian and Czech soldiers were being shot, because she just didn't know. She was a child. And she now works as a tour guide in that area. And she only remembers her father as a good, loving man.
It's hard, because we only have our perspectives that we can see, like, especially, when you're a child. Like, my family, like, I have a stack when I went to the Holocaust Museum. My grandmother, great aunt, and great grandmother actually were in one of the camps. They survived, came here. But it was one of the internment camps, and like, I got a stack of documents. But according to our own family lore, like, my great grandfather was a Nazi, but his wife and 2 daughters ended up in one of the camps. Don't know how the fuck that happened, but it did. And so, like, granted, they kind of vilified Eric, as far as, like, but they're all dead now, so I can't really ask. I just know that he was persona non grata.
And this is the thing. Like, I've seen Americans do this when they stand up and they talk about my grandfather and my great grandfather and my family. It's a very difficult thing to accept that someone you have been raised to look up to, have been raised to respect, without who you literally would not exist, who is part of your family history. It's a very difficult thing to grapple with, the fact that they were not a good human being. Because there will be family stories of them blowing out the candles on a birthday cake and being lovely and, teaching your father to swim in the lake or taking your dad fishing as a child or whatever. And these are valued family memories. Doesn't change the fact that they were a monster.
Like, when the Confederate, they were going to take down one of the Confederate monuments here, and I think it was here in Florida, but it might have been a different state. And there was a guy that went and gave a little speech where he was like, like, my great grandfather, he fought for the South. He fought defending his freedoms, and I look up to him and I see him as like a rebel, and I've got a little rebel in me. And it's like,
yes,
you remember that one?
I've got a little rebel in me. I think we all remember that one.
Also,
yeah.
It reminds me that I've got a little rebel in me. And it's like, you're proud of the fact that you're a traitor to your country. Okay.
Whereas I can absolutely say my great grandfather, was a piece of shit. Like, I have no illusions about that, especially because, according to my dad, he was SS. So
yeah, but
again, I have no illusions about, like, him being a good person at all. Now, my grandmother and my great grandmother, great aunt, like, they ended up in an internment camp. Like, they were victims. Like, I got no problem, like, sympathizing with them, obviously. But him? No, fuck that. Fuck him.
But again, it is one of those things, we try and create a black and white dichotomy. And again, because we're on the topic of the Holocaust, we have to understand is the people who survived the internment camps or the death camps or the work camps, yes, they survived, and it's great that they survived, but it takes a certain kind of person to survive in that environment, unless you are incredibly lucky and well protected. It takes a certain kind of person. Like, the people most likely to survive Nazi death camps are the ones that were recruited into being controllers and were collaborating. Like, that's just a fact. And that's not a nice thing to think, because you're thinking these victims of genocide, but they collaborated. And, and again, it's when we talk about evil, like, we're talking about, would there have been people in SS and Nazi uniforms who absolutely did not want to be there and were just trying to survive? Yes. Because
I would say maybe less for the SS.
Maybe less for the SS, for sure. But human beings are capable of horrendous things when we're trying to survive. We are capable of the worst crimes against humanity when our lives are on the line. And it's an important distinction that there will have been people who strongly believe they were good. And, you know, there's a reason we hold up people like Schindler as a hero. Like, that man was so deep in with the Nazis that he was having tea with Himmler at one point. And yet he's now buried. He's the only non-Jew buried, like, in their most religious space because of what he did. And you know, no one's going to sit there and honestly, hand on heart, say Schindler was a Nazi, but Schindler was a Nazi. Schindler absolutely was a Nazi.
Just because he grew a conscience and had a change of heart, like, it doesn't absolve him completely of all of the people that, you know, died under his watch, so to speak.
No, and he did his best once he learned. But this is the thing: we allow people growth, but you have to remember, like, they're not only the enemy is always intelligent. Never underestimate your enemy, but never underestimate the capacity for human beings to be fucking complicated.
Yeah. I'll make a very quick point here, because again, trouble is, because you guys haven't seen this before, you always seem to be foreshadowing things that seem to be coming. Okay, but I will just say this: the people, if you've had ancestors that may have fought for a cause that isn't necessarily great, I think there's a way. I think there is a way you can honor your ancestors without necessarily honoring what they were fighting for.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you can respect that your ancestors lived and did what they thought was right at the time without glorifying that and propagating their incorrect ideas.
It's nuance. It all comes back to nuance.
It is. And again, that's I think what this show's doing really well is giving the space to have that nuanced discussion, because this discussion it's emotive, and when human beings get emotional, we become black and white thinkers.
I think we need to get on that, because I've realized we're almost 2 hours into this and we're not even a third of the way through this video yet. So.
Weird, right? Or we can listen to the 1947 audio interview of 101-year-old Confederate veteran Julius Howell, which has gone viral in a video posted by the eminent historian Black Confederate One, and is often touted as definitive proof that Confederate soldiers did not fight for slavery.
The South did not fight for the preservation or extension of slavery.
Would you know?
My friend, it was a great curse on this country that we had slavery, and I thank God that I did not bring up my boys and girls under a system of slavery under which I was brought under. What did you boys fight for then? For states' rights. For states' rights.
And it wasn't just the soldiers who were saying this stuff. The men of the upper echelon of the Confederate government, former plantation owners who in 1860 had shouted from the mountaintops that they were seceding to preserve slavery, seemed to suffer from a severe case of post-war amnesia. So said Jefferson Davis in his memoirs.
Slavery was in no wise the cause.
And as former Confederate Vice President Alexander Stephens argued in 1868,
the conflict on this question of slavery was not a contest between the advocates or opponents of that peculiar.
Quick point on this one.
That peculiar institution.
This is, you want to talk about fucking hypocritical. This guy gave the most famous speech, and again, he also used the word peculiar institution. He gave the most very famous speech, the cornerstone speech.
Yes. I'm just bringing up the wording of it now.
And it's very much, he stated in that the Confederacy is founded on the principle that black people are not equal to white people. So that's very, So bullshit, Stephens. Yeah.
Where is it? Where's the I'm looking for the exact. I've got the cornerstone speech in front of me. Because he justified it, but at the base, it makes no sense. It's a very interesting speech to read. Do sit down and read it, preferably with a red pen.
Yeah.
Like there's the argument for economic rights, etc. Where is it?
The peculiar institution. What a
Yes,
grand
I've got the list here.
euphemism for.
I'm going to read this out, and I'm going to read it out once and once only because it's got that particular word that we don't. Not the nope word, but the other word that made
the other word that's
yes.
the word Kent Hovins uses on a frequent basis.
Yes.
You mean,
So the new constitution has put at rest forever all the agitating questions relating to our peculiar institution, African slavery, as it exists amongst us, the proper status of the Negro in the form of civilization. So yeah, very clear. But this concept of the peculiar institution as a phrase is itself a dog whistle, has become a dog whistle. Like they talk about the peculiar institution, and you would be surprised how many people studying American slavery don't know what the peculiar institution is and have to ask because it's a dog whistle.
Yeah.
Well,
I just thought that very, very hypocritical coming from this man, though. But I think we should just move on.
The institution.
So what changed? What happened? The lost cause happened. Look, after 1865, material conditions in the rebellious states were dire. Southern wealth had been reduced by 60%, down from pre-war levels, caused as much by Confederate mismanagement as by Union invasion. Half of all their farm machinery was inoperable, the railroad system was in ruins, and what little industrial capability they had was utterly destroyed. These factors had a dramatic, negative impact on white Southerners' quality of life, and the humiliation of defeat was psychologically devastating. In their personal correspondences, many Confederates wrote frankly about their experiences of despondence and hopelessness after the surrender. Many fell into a spiral of anxiety, depression, and alcohol abuse.
Right. I love that he's drinking there.
Yeah.
But I would also point out,
yeah.
I will just point out, a soldier felt betrayed by his army, fell into a deep depression and anxiety, and became bitter about the surrender of his nation to a foreign power and the abandoning of their ideals.
Godwin's law. No,
Yeah.
Exactly. Godwin's, you knew exactly where I was going with this.
Yeah.
We're going to put a pin in Godwin's law here.
Again, put a pin in that one. Put a pin.
But did these Confederate soldiers who wrote about their depression practice a bit of painting on the side? Like,
were they vegetarians that had hysterical
like
blindness?
Like
again, that anger and that bitterness is why you end up with groups like the Klan. And they were not they were not the only Southern white supremacist group at that time. They're just the most famous. I mean, you've got groups like the White League, who I might talk about in a bit because
I'm not being funny, but if you go around mincing about the place in a white blanket, setting fire to crosses and hanging people from trees, you're going to make yourself famous pretty damn quickly.
But the Klan were not the Klan weren't the only ones, but they are the most
Birth
famous.
of a Nation was just oof.
Yeah.
Put a pin in
that.
You can tell by
the imagery that pervades their writings were of death and darkness, gloom in the tomb. With the power of the slavocracy forever shattered, ex-Confederates of the plantation class would soon have to jostle for political power against a whole host of highly motivated new rivals: upcountry Unionists, white yeoman farmers, Afro-Creole elites, and Republican freedmen. And all these other Southerners had something that ex-Confederates distinctly lacked: a story. A unifying mythology that defined them as a group and a people. In 1865, what was the Confederate story? Rebels, failures, slavers, traitors. As an early leader of the United Confederate Veterans put it,
If we cannot justify the South in the act of secession, we will go down in history solely as a brave, impulsive, but rash people who attempted in an illegal manner to overthrow the union of our country.
It was a fate worse than death, an eternally dishonorable reputation. Something had to be done to avoid it. Ex-Confederates needed to improve their self-image. Less than a year after Appomattox, one Georgia newspaper predicted that
Victory over Southern arms is to be followed by a victory over Southern opinions.
Can I just point out the Christian index?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, that the previous quote hits really differently after January 6th.
It's very differently in the era of Fox News.
Yeah.
But this is the thing, like the right in America, who, let's be honest, are the, if not actual descendants, then definitely the conceptual descendants of the Confederates. They understand propaganda and they understand the power of propaganda. Like they are very, very good at rewriting history to suit their purposes.
Yeah.
They're very good at spinning as well and messaging and being like on message. Like that is one thing that, you know, the conservatives have over the liberals in this country is they know how to spin a narrative and to stick to it. And they'll circle the wagons if there's an issue. Whereas, you know, on the left, they just kind of, you know, yeet
like,
them out.
Appeals to emotion, logical fallacies, but and you know, insinuations rather than say, you know, Tucker Carlson loves to just ask questions.
Yeah.
Leading questions that
very
you know,
leading questions,
like leave a bitter taste in the mouth of anyone that knows better.
Yeah.
But if you call out that question, you're being rude, and that you're, you know, you're not giving them the opportunity to learn, and it descends into sea lining.
He just likes to ask questions along the lines of, "So when did you stop beating your wife?"
Yeah. So when did you stop beating your wife? You know, I'm sure, you know, give it a couple more hours, and we're all going to be tired and emotional.
Yeah.
You should have warned me. I'd have had a proper drink for this.
ex-Confederates were determined to control the narrative. And almost as soon as the guns went silent, they rushed to write and publish Southern-centric histories of the war between the states.
Do you know what's really funny? In America, people like to scream, "Oh, it's like 1984," except when it actually is like 1984.
Well done, Rick. Well done.
I swear, like Noodle and I were like, we're vibing with this whole thing, and like I've never seen it. I love this. I'm gonna go watch.
I'm gonna go back and watch the entire.
I should just tell you, Kitty, this is part of an entire series of videos this guy's done. Called Checkmate Lincolnites. They're all brilliant.
Oh,
like,
and he
absolutely bloody brilliant.
He does he also has a great video on the link between the Nazis and ancient aliens.
I will also point out as well. I will also point out that face he's making there is the face I made when I thought he was not going to say nope.
Kind of. I was bracing for impact. I'm like, you know, white knuckling the arms of my chair, like bracing for it. Like, no.
I was bracing for the older Randy Marsh moment from South Park.
Yeah, I was kind of like, I paused it there because I was like, shit, are we in an Asterix situation where we're going to have to like try and solve it?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
They were right to do so. The time proved that newspaper man right. Marxist, Maoist, mainstream historians have made it their non-binary mission to shove a plant-based Civil War narrative down our throats.
So I'm going to let Scummer take Marxist, Maoist. Rick should take non-binary. Is anyone here vegetarian and wants to take that bit?
Like
Marxist,
I'm gonna have a red spot from face palming so hard, but I get too much shit, so I couldn't head desk.
Yeah. Obviously, remember, Kitty,
like, remember, Johnny Reb is a caricature.
I understand. He's the Colbert. Like I get it, but
he's also like very accurate.
Yeah.
Like it's to that point where it's like Poe or no, like, and that is where like things have gotten where it's like, is this a Poe or is this person serious? Like, I understand he's a caricature, but I have heard these things. I have heard these things.
Yeah, it's
verbatim
like we have murdered.
Serious.
Like, we have murdered satire, stripped its corpse of flesh, and used its bones to build a throne upon which we sit.
But this is another thing because
about that.
I do think again, I do want a quick detour to say here, though. Obviously, this is why I find this guy in this series so brilliant that he's playing both characters, and I can believe it even when he's doing like Johnny Rebel, all his like motions and things and caricatures. You could believe it because he's saying shit that people actually say, and he's obviously a lot of the times he's reading out quotes, he's reading out comments people have left on his own channel. It's so brilliant.
Just to check the rules, if I get one more pin, do I score a line, or do I have to wait to get a full house?
We should be keeping track, but oh man, I actually do have a red spot on my forehead right now.
Yeah, like if you're
every time Noodle hits on something we're gonna say.
Like you probably shouldn't play a drinking game with this. Even with water, you will die.
Water intoxication for the win.
I mean, but do you want to sit and watch sober? Like, that's the question.
I don't drink, but I feel like I probably should have had one. It doesn't matter if it's 11
a.m. I've got you covered, Kitty.
All right, fine. Drink one for me. All right, like this is a pour one out for the homies. Take a drink for me.
Yeah.
Collective throats. Descendants of the Confederacy take pride in their ancestors and should be allowed to honor them as New England and other regions honors their ancestors.
Yes.
But the Confederacy is being unfairly disparaged by today's cultural genocide that is also degrading the Founding Fathers and other ones.
So that pin that you put in earlier, did I just stand on it?
Well, no. The most recent pin is a lot more literal.
Aspects of American heritage. Well, you're allowed to honor your Confederate ancestors, just like you're allowed to buy truck nuts. You're free to do these things. They just make you look like a fucking asshole. And
okay, yeah. This is the thing. You are free to honor your ancestors. You said, Kitty, that you've got, ancestors who were in the SS. You are still free to say that was my beloved great grandfather or whoever. But you have to understand that that's your perception and not anyone else's, and no one else is required to honor your ancestors. And that's the problem the Confederacy has. Like the South in America, it is free to have its pretty cemeteries and fly its flag over the. Yes, you're free to do that. You are not free to take that false narrative of history and to ask people who were actively harmed by the actions of those people to honor those people.
Yeah. Absolutely. Like, I have no problem honoring my ancestors that fought for the North, but I will not honor,
this is the thing. Yeah. I've got family who colluded. I've got family who, I don't know how many of you know me very well or see my Twitter. My own father's turned right wing and is now supporting Trump and watching. He's not watching Tucker Carlson anymore, but he was.
My dad.
Well, I mean, he might be if Tucker takes up that Russia Today gig.
Yeah, and my dad is viciously anti-Semitic. Like, we've had full-on slagging matches about it.
I do want to see the Tucker Carlson and Galloway show.
Do I love my father? He's my father, of course I love him. Do I honor him or respect his opinions? Fuck no. There's a reason we don't drink alcohol in the same room together. That will descend into an argument.
I'm in the same boat with my dad. I'm in the exact same boat with my dad. Like, we can't talk politics, and he'll constantly want to bring something up. Like, one day, just completely out of the blue, he was talking about the black people sucking on the teat of government with welfare, and I was like, Dad, there are more white people on welfare than black people. He's like, bullshit. So I pull up like the labor statistics and all the numbers,
that's
and
lies.
he just walked away.
Leftist
No, he just
lies,
walked
yeah.
away. He didn't even continue the conversation. He just fucking walked away.
I genuinely had someone call me a groomer for daring to suggest that not all trans people are pedophiles.
Wow.
There's
sense.
there's a reason that we used Till to take a look at the Confederate legacy.
Yeah. Because that is the Confederate legacy. But yeah, and this is the thing, like, I can love my father as my father. I can, have nostalgia for the old days when he wasn't so batshit insane. But when he dies, I will bury him in the grave he's chosen on top of my mother.
Jesus Christ.
And I will probably never visit that grave again. Unless something massive changes in the way he behaves until then. Because
people can grow and they can learn from their mistakes and they can get better.
I mean,
if he doesn't, then why would I honor that after he's dead?
Agreed. It's like my grandfather. It's a good example. Like, I mean, he had a very weird thing going on here. That on most things he was very, very left leaning. He was also, for the 90% of his life was a fucking absolute racist at the same time. Even if he believed in, always voted Labour or always supported working man. I mean, I remember him. Look, because the guy who had an allotment next to him was a police officer, and he once mentioned to my grandfather that he'd gone up to help with South Yorkshire Police to help with the miners' strike. And I remember my grandfather tearing him a fucking new one over that.
And it's like, my dad, very
also
anti-Thatcher, very pro-union. Like, my mother was Black Jamaican. My dad's current girlfriend is Black Jamaican. She's the one who introduced him to Fox News. Make sense.
Yeah, he was also like the vast majority of his life. And do you know the weird thing is, my grandfather, in his last few weeks when he was in hospital dying, he had a black nurse taking care of him. And I just remember that one of the things he just said to me, "Oh, she's such a lovely girl." And it's just like, after all these fucking years, you finally get it.
Yeah. But this is the thing. This is the thing with racists. They do this thing where they don't learn until they are shown an uncommon kindness. Like, as non-white people, we are required to be better, kinder, more forgiving than the oppressors. And this really knows, like, you see it all the time. Like, when black people get killed in America or whatever, the families are almost required to stand up and look very staunchly Christian and say, "We forgive you," to the person who murdered their family members. Like, no, I don't fucking forgive you. Rot in hell, you fucker.
Yeah, no, that's absolute bullshit.
But it is almost required that they do that in order to project this image of
model minority
victim, the model minority. And
quick
that's
one. Again, back to the our discussion on Till.
quick one here before we get back to the video as well. I've mentioned this to Ring and Noodle, but I'll let you know, tell you this, Kitty. In another one of this guy's videos in this series. Now, I can't remember exactly what it was he was talking about, but he was telling the Confederate character something about like some rebellion type thing happened in the United States. I just forget it off the top of my head what it was, but the Confederate characters, well, they sound like a bunch of uppity troublemakers. So they really, no for authority. And then the red guy goes, "Yeah, they were white. Oh, brave people who stood up against tyranny."
Yes. And white people do like to call black people uppity. Like, I get it where I live in a very white area, being non-white. A lot of people say to me, "Oh, you think you're above this place. You've got ideas above your station." Fuck you. Yes, I have. I am better than living on a council estate on the dole. Like, but that's it's this thing of they try and keep you down by shaming you for daring to want better.
Yeah.
Because you are not allowed to buy into the American dream if you're not white. You have to stay where you are because you belong there because that's where they've put
I mean,
you.
that was kind of by design when, minorities that fought in World War II were kept out of the ability to use GI loans to buy houses and property because, owning property is the best way to accumulate generational wealth. And between that and redlining, they were kept out of that by design.
I refer you to the British example of the Gurkhas.
Yeah.
And what was done to them, which was horrific. And Joanna
yeah.
Lumley, I think, and a lot of people behind her, but she became the figurehead for the movement.
As much as I have some disagreements, as much as I have huge disagreements with that woman, she did good there.
Yeah,
she did good in that.
But we should probably continue.
Yeah, we need to get back. We need to get through this. So
You're a drama queen.
But is that term not apropos for the Reconstruction era South? We had failed to achieve political independence, but in undertaking to write our own histories, we began a fight for cultural independence that would become an enduring part of American life.
What? It's very uncanny how you go from just totally insane to completely reasonable at the drop of a hat. It's just profoundly weird. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The first major offensive of this cultural war of independence came in 1866, when Edward A. Pollard, the wartime editor of the Richmond Examiner, began publishing his war histories, most notably The Lost Cause, a new Southern history of the War of the Confederates, which is probably the origin of the term. Rabidly pro-slavery before the war, Pollard went on to become a Confederate true believer and a tireless evangelist of the Southern side of history. In his books, Pollard did not deny that slavery played a role in secession, but tempered his analysis with white supremacist apologia.
The occasion of that.
I'll pause it there so we don't run too long. A system of Negro servitude in the South. Yes, that's called slavery.
Yeah, it's the whole. And this is again. This is
it's the happy slave idea, isn't it?
This is one of the big things that Lost Cause promotes, that the idea that black people were somewhat better off.
Whole Song of the South thing.
Look,
I was going to say Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm, but yeah.
I mean, again,
there's a story of, and I think I actually read it in Fona's Give Me Liberty, although I may not have done. The Emancipation Proclamation happens, the slaves are freed, and black people are, rightly so, celebrating in the streets. And a white man walks down the street and he stops a black man and he says, "You." And the black man says, "You." And it turns out the white man owned the black man previous to this. And he says, "But why are you celebrating? I was good to you. I never beat you. You always had clothes on your back and shoes on your feet and food in your belly. I even kept your wife and your children with you. You had a good life with me." And the black man looks at him and says, "But you owned me."
Yeah.
And that was the point. Like, it didn't matter how good their life was under slavery, they were owned, they were chattel.
Yeah.
And it was the principle of the thing above all else. Like, the Romans did the same thing. Like, there were certain bits of Roman slavery that were not necessarily brutal, that were probably preferable to living in poverty in certain parts of the ancient Roman Empire. But psychologically, when you are owned, that takes precedent over everything.
Yeah.
And the idea of Southern slavery being the mildest and most beneficent system of servitude in the world, absolutely not. That is a blatant lie.
Yeah,
that is a blatant lie.
Yeah, but I bring it up because this is a massive part of Lost Cause mythology.
Because there's a difference between chattel slavery and indentured servitude.
Yeah.
Yeah, indentured servitude offers an opportunity to get out.
Whereas chattel slavery, your property.
And look, I mean, here's the thing as well. Like, I mean, I always hate to use a fucking Tarantino movie as a bloody reference to anything on this, especially as I know how much Noodle's feelings on Tarantino. But if you watch the movie Django Unchained, which is set in the era of slavery, but you even see the way there's an element of truth in it about the way, like the slaves themselves could be played off against one another as a way of control. They're
Absolutely.
like Samuel L. Jackson's character, like the house slave or whatever, who actually says probably the worst racist stuff in the whole blooming movie. But it's like the whole, but it's like, but like, you know, it was showing this thing that there was a difference between like the house slaves and those who were out there in the
divide and conquer.
Yeah, working in the cotton fields, so that so you could create resentment from those in the cotton working out there, you know, picking cotton or whatever, you know, or tobacco or whatever it was they were doing. You could create.
Duda wants to say something.
Sorry,
now I'm going to let him finish, but
it's like, yeah, it's like, oh, but we can see there's people in houses who are living a way more privileged life than us, and a similar thing happened as well between like African Americans and the Irish communities in America during this point, like the draft riots, because the Irish
Indians when they came to Jamaica as indentured servants as well.
Yeah,
and that racism between Indians and African Jamaicans still exists in Jamaica, and it's not pleasant. But to the extent, right? I'm very light skinned, like even more so because I've not been out in the sun for 3 years. I have genuinely had Black people, Jamaicans, say to me, "Oh, you're not like me. You've never experienced racism and you can't know what racism is. Because if we were slaves, you'd be up in the house because you'd be the master's bastard daughter and I'd be out in the fields." I've genuinely had them say that to me. I'm the one who has to walk through Bradford City Centre having people screaming at me that I'm a Paki. I know what racism is. And I say that once and only once to give the example. Please don't repeat that slur anywhere else. But the way white supremacy has wound up Black people, like they do it deliberately. Like the number of arguments I've got into with Black people where I'm like, look, I don't care how light-skinned I am. I'm trying to create a platform where we all rise. I'm trying to fight so that we all rise together. And they're like, and they will actively throw me under the bus as part of their activism because I'm too light-skinned for them, or I'm not the right kind of Black person. I've genuinely been to events where Black people have demanded to see my forearm before they will listen to me, or before they will grant me access to an environment, because they believe that if you are white or you are light-skinned, you are automatically on the side of like the white racists. It's not right. But that goes back to this idea of, like Scummer was saying, of turning slaves on slaves. It's like anyone should be able to see, look, if you're saying that I would have a better life because I would be up in the house where the master has routine access to me and he's probably raping me on at least a weekly basis, and I'm probably also his bastard daughter, and that's a better life than digging the fields. It's not a better life. It's not a worse life. It's slavery, and we're all slaves, and we should all be burning down this fucker's mansion.
It goes back again to what
they twist people up. It's the same thing that the British did in the Middle East. They went into the Middle East, they turned different tribes and cultures on each other, and then stepped back, and then 200 years later, those countries are still fighting and arguing, and somehow we're now blaming them for it.
I mean, the worst example probably being what the Belgians and Rwanda, what that led to.
And it is this thing of you divide and conquer a culture and a people.
Well, yeah, because like you can use a combination of, you know, for in your case it was colorism, you know, but then there's also building inbred, like, you know, class or caste type systems where you know, even if you're both like being abused, it might be in different ways, but you're still being abused and you're still you're all under the thing. And even to this day it's done where you have poor white people that, you know, they're looking down on like immigrants or on poor people of color, where they feel like they have to feel superior so that they're not, you know, pushing for better conditions for themselves.
Yeah, and it's like the meme of the rich man who says, here's a plate of cookies, I'm going to take all of them except one, and then points to the poor white man and says, watch out, that immigrant's going to steal your cookie.
Yeah.
And it is that mentality. And it's the same thing. We see it in LGBT circles. We call it the oppression Olympics.
Yeah.
Gay men will argue with lesbians, will argue with trans people, will, you get lesbians who've become TERFs because they think they're more oppressed than trans people. You're not more oppressed, you're oppressed in a different, though broadly similar way. And what you should be doing is coming together and bringing down the entire structure.
Because there's safety in numbers and power in
yes,
numbers.
But you've been twisted up and turned, so our community has been destroyed from the inside out, because we are no longer a community, because you've fallen for the propaganda that tells you you're different to us and we are the enemy, instead of the people who you are now actively supporting, who are actually keeping us all down.
As a bisexual woman, real quick, as a bisexual woman, just on that point, I have gotten more hate from other people in the alphabet mafia than I have people outside of it.
Oh God, Gold Star lesbians. Don't get me started on Gold Star lesbians about bisexual. I'm bi as well, and Gold Star lesbians. I just. All
right, I had to back a sister up over here.
No, that Gold Star lesbian to TERF pipeline is real.
Oof, yeah.
So
continuing on. Sorry.
Yeah, we should get the train back on track.
Yeah.
And conflict was what the Yankees called, by one of their convenient labels in political nomenclature, slavery. But
convenient
what was, in fact, nothing more than a system of Negro servitude in the South. One of the mildest and most beneficent systems of servitude in the world.
This claim was still pretty close to the wartime Confederate Party line. At this early stage, the exact tenets of the myth were still unformed. But very quickly, more and more Southern histories began to deny that slavery had had anything to do with secession, instead fixating on more defensible motives like states' rights, libertarian government, and anti-industrialism. The first issue of the Southern Historical Society papers, an influential lost cause periodical, indicated a subtle but definitive shift in Southern historiography.
The late Civil War, which raged in the United States, has been very generally attributed to the abolition of slavery, as it's called. But a close study of the history of the times will bring us to the conclusion that it was the fear of a mischief far more extensive and deeper even than this, which drove cool and reflected minds in the South to believe it was better to make the death struggle at once than to submit tamely to what was inevitable.
Okay, first of all, Bud, commas, they exist. Secondly, right, again, it's playing semantics. It's, if you start an argument about semantics, you don't have to address the point that's been made. And this is rhetoric. This is not history. This is rhetoric. There is a difference. Largely, it's in how obvious your biases are, but there is a difference. And this idea, I just want to go back to that other screen where it was. Where is it? There. Fear of mischief far more extensive. That's a very broad term. That's almost as broad as they claimed the lost cause it was broad. That's we can argue, we no matter what you say, they will shift the goalposts. This is a lot of goalpost shifting going on. And the mythology of it is this idea of creating. It's one of the greatest myths ever sold. It's right up there with a man who rose from the dead after 3 days, that you can be a rebellious, traitorous scab and somehow be a patriot.
And we are about to pull the pin. I think we're about to pull the pin out of the textbooks.
Yeah, I'm sure we are.
I was just going to say, I know I put it in the comments, I knew Noodle and Kitty were going to get along.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
No, I adore her. She's lovely.
Oh, by the way, just so you know, Kitty, Ring and Noodle both go by they them, just so you know.
Yeah.
I don't mind, honestly.
That's all right. You know I still fuck up all this, Noodle, so
I know.
From time to time.
I know.
Yeah, no, I go by they them right now I'm presenting very she/her, so I don't mind. But yeah,
okay.
let's have a look.
Writers paid particular attention in those early days to rehabilitating the reputations of key Confederate leaders, especially Robert E. Lee. No one was more instrumental in this than Lee's old division commander, Jubal Early, who published the first book-length memoir of any Civil War general.
That look.
I want to. There's something I want to point out, and there's a person in modern media who makes a big deal of the fact that they are descended from Robert E. Lee and yet are anti-Confederate. Do you know who that is?
No.
Lee Camp.
Okay.
Whose main platform is the Russia Today.
Oh, Christ.
And he uses that to make himself unquestionable when he discusses topics. Because he says, oh, but I'm anti-slavery, even though my great-grandfather was Robert E. Lee.
But I mean...
And therefore, you can't argue with him. You fucking well can, because he's a propagandist and he's a fucking... Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't think it really touches on in this video, but part of the whole lost cause thing is that there was a narrative that Lee himself was somewhat anti-slavery, but yeah, the evidence on that is debatable. Yeah, I'll just say debatable. We'll leave it
very
at that.
debatable.
Yeah.
But yeah, fuck Jubal Early, by the way. Yeah, he was one of Lee's divisional commanders.
Yeah.
And
but yeah, also just
absolutely.
I just remember something you said earlier, Scummer. I absolutely will pay money to see Galloway interviewing Carlson. I will pay money for that. Yeah.
Drawing on experience from his years as a lawyer, Early began a campaign of ideas that was so scorched earth it would have made Sherman blush. His history defended every last aspect of Lee's generalship, and when any historian dared to disparage the old hero, Early viciously attacked them in print. For decades after the Civil War, no one ever took up a pen to write about the conflict without living in mortal fear of Jubal Early. Old Jube simply wished to defend General Lee from the defamations and detractions of ignorant persons. Concerning the Battle of Gettysburg, for example, he set the record straight. Some said Marse Robert was responsible for our defeat. Imagine that. It's nonsense. General Longstreet, bless his heart, failed to carry out Lee's order to attack at dawn on July the 2nd.
Oh,
Stop
God.
this.
Here we go.
Stop this.
Yeah, Scummer, off you go.
Okay. Okay.
Also love the bless his heart.
Yeah. The absolutely patronizing tone here. Scummer rants.
I'll say a little bit on this. Lee was absolutely responsible for the Confederate defeat at Gettysburg. Okay. He'll mention this in a minute, but this Dawn Order thing never came. Okay. Look, James Longstreet is and James Longstreet was vilified. He was a Confederate general. He's one of the only Confederate generals I have any degree of sympathy for, actually. He wasn't a total asshole. It'll be brought up in a minute, but he was vilified
sorry, I've done it enough for Noodle and Kitty. I have to do it for you.
Yeah, you have to. I can get but I'm going to say Lee absolutely is responsible for ordering Pickett's charge, and I want to say one other thing, and because I think this really doesn't get it. Because there's a bit of a myth that had the Confederacy won the Battle of Gettysburg, that they would have won the war. Here's the thing. Same sort of day, Vicksburg happens when Grant takes Vicksburg. That there's often a Eastern theater bias goes on when we look at the history, and we don't look at what was going on out west. And I think in a lot of ways, Vicksburg falling in a lot of ways was a much bigger blow to the Confederacy than the defeat at Gettysburg. But Lee. I mean, look, Lee was a good general. I'm going to say Lee was a very good, very clever general, but he's not. He's not the fucking genius. Like him and Jackson are not the genius that they're made out to be. So.
No, they're neither of them are Sun Tzu. It's one of those things with Confederate generals. they kept a war going for several years. They weren't completely incompetent. As much as we like to joke that they were incompetent, they weren't completely incompetent. And occasionally things do go wrong in the field of battle, especially in the heat of war, that no matter how good a general you are, that's going to look bad. And that's not going to, end well. The best generals plan for that and have contingencies in place. The best generals are not the generals with the best plans to start with. They're the generals who are able to adapt on the hop. Like historically, we know this. The best generals are not the generals who stick to the same strategies time and time again. They're the ones who look at it and instead of playing the same chess game everyone's been playing for 500 years, goes, actually, no, I'm going to do it this way. And
I'm going to play Go. I'm going to play Go as opposed to chess.
Yeah. Or they're playing chess and I'm playing backgammon. Let's.
Right. I'll just say I did a reaction to one of these on my own channel, which was about did the South have the best generals? If people want to go, I've got opinions on that. I'm not saying my opinions are, absolute fact or whatever, but I felt I had a bit of insight to talk on this one.
I think my opinion on that statement, did the South have the best generals? It depends how you're defining best, first of all.
Yeah.
Competent, capable, with an understanding of history and strategy, adaptable, best supplied. Like the best generals throughout history by a country mile are not the ones who can direct a battle. They're the ones who can get the logistics right.
Yeah.
Like wars are wars. It's all about logistics. If you can't get the logistics right, you're fucked. An army marches on its stomach. If you can't feed your soldiers, you're fucked.
I think it was I think it was Voltaire. It might have been Frederick who said that novices of war debate tactics while the true masters
debate logistics. Yeah.
I'll just say and go to my stream on this to more details. I think one of the best, arguably the best general in the war. Now he was a Southerner, but he fought on the side of the Union. A guy called George Henry Thomas, who does not get talked about a lot these days. I think he was arguably the best general. Grant has got to be up there as well. Grant and Lost Causes really did Grant a disservice as well.
This is the thing when you talk about it doesn't matter how good your generals are. Like do you know what that is? That is the same argument Americans use about the Vietnam War. Americans like to, but we never lost a battle. Yes, but you lost the fucking war.
Yeah. And I'm going to just tell you now, Americans, you got out general by Vonian Jap as well. So
absolutely, yeah. But it's this thing. It's the same argument here of we had the best generals. It doesn't matter. You still fucking lost.
Yeah,
still fucking lost.
But
stop trying to justify. You still lost.
Should we?
We should.
If we had attacked promptly, we would have carried the day and won the battle. I doubt it not. Well, there's only one problem with that, which is that no dawn order was ever given. As far as anybody knows, Early made that little factoid up at Lee's birthday celebration in Lexington, Virginia in 1872. And a lot of Confederate veterans who had been officers at Gettysburg were kind of baffled by it. But Early kept repeating it and writing about it. And William Nelson Pendleton, Lee's old chief of artillery, dutifully propagated the lie in his writing.
What was it I said about Goebbels earlier?
Yeah.
Often enough it becomes the truth.
Yeah.
It would become so prevalent that it was part of most histories of the Battle of Gettysburg until well into the 20th century. Well, what possible reason would they have to fib? Well, because Longstreet had quarreled with Lee, and Longstreet had been right. After the war, he publicly criticized Lee's leadership, so he was high on Jubal's shit list. Not to mention, he famously became a Republican and worked closely with the Grant administration to help enfranchise freedmen during Reconstruction. Wait, so when I call him a scalawag, I'm basically just saying that he didn't completely hate black people? Yeah, that's more or less the historic context of that word. A scalawag is a white Southerner who doesn't completely hate black people, and a carpetbagger is a white Northerner who doesn't completely hate black people.
Okay, that's where those terms come from. But
yeah, that's where I didn't know that, and I'm going to remove those words from my vocabulary. But yes, I can absolutely see how the word scallywag is related to that little jam jar character.
I'll just say that the sort of British etymology, that word, and the American one is a slightly different, but Longstreet. I'll just say this as well, a little bit more on Longstreet, a little bit. He not only he joined the Republican Party and become a huge part of Reconstruction. He then went on. He became the American ambassador to the Ottoman Empire, but he also commanded black troops.
I just need a moment to absorb the American ambassador to the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah,
those two eras. It's like that moment they tell you that Martin Luther King and Anne Frank were the same age. You sort of, the fuck?
Yeah.
I didn't realize America was that old.
Or that.
There's something. I just want to say so. It's also called something called the Battle of Liberty Place, and this is something that happened with Longstreet. Longstreet actually commanded black troops against some uprising by something called the White League. Remember, I said that the Klan weren't the only far right racist group after the war. Yeah. So you can see why a guy like James Longstreet was. He's effectively, and again, put a pin in this. Why he is Judas in Lost Cause mythology.
Mm-hmm. And like another thing that irritates me with the Lost Cause mythology of the whole or people that ascribe to that will now be like, oh, but Lincoln was a Republican, just disregarding the Southern strategy.
I'm sorry, I groaned because as an American history student,
we're gonna ignore that can of worms and continue on.
Yeah,
I just have one comment to make.
There was
why
a little
do right wingers
at some point? Yeah.
Why do right wingers not want to discuss the actual specifics of what words mean until they're trying to explain that Republicans and Democrats, until they're trying to justify as if they've always had the same political ideas under the same names?
I still see this shit today. Like, the Democrats are pro-slavery. Like, every time I see that, I'm like,
it's a good test, though, to see whether or not they're actually going to be like an honest interlocutor. You know.
The minute someone says to me the Democrats were pro-slavery, I switch off out of that discussion because you and I are not on the same level. Like, I have a degree in this shit. You think the Democrats were pro-slavery? We're the same, bitch.
Yeah.
You're on a 4D chess level at that point, aren't you?
I'm playing 4D chess, and you're still figuring out which Monopoly piece you want to use.
Yeah. So let's continue.
Oh, yeah. Well, then why didn't Longstreet try to defend himself, huh? If he was so blameless and innocent. He did, just badly. His public retorts to early in Pendleton were ponderous and tone-deaf and full of sloppy misstatements of fact. It only made him more unpopular, and his inaccuracies gave Lost Cause evangelists an opening to shred his credibility. You call these historians evangelists like the Lost Cause was some sort of religion or something.
And here's a pin coming out.
In a way, especially after Reconstruction. In the 1870s, the tenets of the Lost Cause consolidated themselves into a coherent mythology. Slavery wasn't a major cause of the war, states' rights, tariffs, whatever. Lincoln was a tyrant / northern aggression. The Confederate Army was completely badass, and Bob Lee was the perfect man. Sherman was worse than Genghis Khan, and the Union Army was full of traitors and soldiers.
I love that one. Oh, dude. I'll just say something very quickly on Lincoln. Okay. He definitely, I don't want to say that I don't necessarily want to say that he broke the Constitution, but he definitely stretched it a lot.
I mean, that Constitution was made to be broken. That's the point. Yeah. That's why it has amendments.
I mean, it was meant to be a living document that changed with the times. Yeah. Like anyone that wants it to be to say that it should never change is a moron.
Yeah.
I am so glad you used that term, a living document.
Yeah.
But I'll say Lincoln, yes, he definitely stretched and bent what he was should have been allowed to get away with.
If your constitution cannot remain intact in the face of progress, then it should be broken and recast.
Absolutely agreed.
That's the point. It's like if your ideas are so fragile that progress breaks them, then they deserve to be broken.
Yeah.
It's like, it's that great thing when Monty Python got banned for doing Life of Brian. And I think it was John Cleese who sat in an interview and said, look, the Catholic Church takes itself so seriously. But, if your ideas are so weak and pathetic that they can't stand to be laughed at, then they should be laughed at. That's the point. I think it might have been John Cleese who said that, or it might have been Eric Idle.
It was,
we're just under halfway through.
Let's go.
Basically, the stuff you and I have been talking about for years now. Black people and everybody up north still thought this stuff was pretty bonkers. Union veterans organizations were particularly outspoken in their skepticism and disgust, but it came to be widely believed in the white South. And just as people congregate in churches, temples, or mosques to worship their God, Southerners congregated at reunions, funerals, and monument dedications to reinforce their cultural myth through ceremony and ritual.
Oh, come on. These were veterans' reunions, not the black sleep of Kali Ma. These events were just soldiers hanging out and reminiscing. What's the big deal?
Oh, but it was so much more than that. These were profoundly meaningful events for these people, and the level of reverence on display was over the top even by Victorian standards. The ecclesiastical aspects were overt. Southern religious leaders had been among the most vocal secessionists and later became some of the most passionate lost cause evangelists. Sermons delivered by these men were a mainstay of post-war ceremonies, blending evangelical Protestantism.
There's a reason the KKK burnt crosses.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is basically what he's saying here in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you think that those Union veteran meetings didn't descend into KKK meetings, you're not paying attention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the emerging theology of the Confederate Redeemer Nation. Reverend J. William Jones, a wartime chaplain, Baptist.
Wait, does that mean that of course, the South will rise again? It's been a long 3 days, hasn't it?
Yeah. No, like, honestly.
Yeah, hold on. We are going to put a pin in
it. All right, like, I'd be fucking dead. If I took a shot for every time you said put a pin in it, I'd be fucking dead.
Bingo!
Dead.
Yeah.
I'm the only one playing the drinking game
here. A contributor to the Southern Historical Society papers typically began his prayers with the words,
"Oh God, God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, God of Israel, God of the centuries, God of our fathers."
Am I about to suddenly see an absolute objectively obvious link between why right-wing evangelicals in the US support Israel and this? Is this what I'm about to be shown?
I
wouldn't say that because I honestly, the white evangelical support of Israel is more about Israel needs to be a thing so we can have our apocalypse.
Yeah, it's basically death cult want Armageddon. Like, they don't care if the Jews end up burning in hell as long as they get their fucking, their place on the world.
Yeah. Protestant and evangelical anti-Semitism is really weird.
Yeah, it is. It's like if they feel that way about Jewish people, imagine their feelings towards Palestinian people.
Oof.
So yeah, exactly. Anyway, let's just go there.
God of Jefferson Davis, Robert Edward Lee, and Stonewall Jackson.
Okay, so this line, the reason I'm pausing this is the deification of your forebearers. This is the deification of the deified Julius Caesar going on.
Yeah.
And America does this. It deifies its founding fathers and its big things. Like America has a pantheon. Yeah. There's a reason you have Jeffersonian ideals and deified emperors on Roman coins. And have you looked at a dollar bill recently?
We did like a whole month on this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we did an entire month on this, but yeah, absolutely deified, mythologized leaders and forebearers. Absolutely.
Lord of hosts and King of kings.
Like any other religion, the Lost Cause had its pantheon. Lee and Davis, having suffered for their people, were identified with Christ. Stonewall Jackson, long-bearded and wild-eyed, syncretized with Moses. Longstreet, that errant disciple and betrayer, was Judas. The Lost Cause had its iconography. The battle flag was as sacred and ubiquitous as the crucifix. And as monuments started springing up all over the South in the 1880s and 90s, graven images of Confederate saints were imbued with special significance as altars and gathering
Go on,
places.
show us the mountain.
Wartime artifacts took on the quality of medieval relics.
What's that? Stone Mountain, is it in Georgia?
Stone Mountain, yeah, the Confederate founding fathers, yeah.
Yeah, so and it is. I'm pretty sure it's Jefferson Davis, Robert E. Lee, and Stonewall Jackson are on that monument, I believe.
Stone Mountain in Georgia. Let me have a look.
If my
that sounds about
right. If my
Georgia's the state right above me. I've been there a few times.
Yeah.
I'm in Florida. I have to deal with DeSantis.
Yeah,
so feel bad for me, please.
Oh, yeah, we feel bad. Have you got a get out plan?
Honestly, probably not, because my kid's autistic and my whole family's here, so I couldn't just like relocate him elsewhere. So
I mean, maybe it's time to start building a secret room under the floorboards.
Yeah, then you gotta worry about sinkholes.
Not as flippant. I wish I was saying that as flippantly as
I
would
totally
hope it to be.
I totally get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A queer socialist.
And veterans organizations were encouraged to guard official Confederate documentation, as one United Daughter of the Confederacy put it, as zealously as the children of Israel did the Ark of the Covenant. Lost Cause histories were literally referred.
Is there going to be an Indiana Jones 7 in which
Oh, dude. Okay, like I want to see that just as like a satire. That would be fucking mint.
Yes.
The Confederates open up the documents, their faces start melting, and oh god, I gotta put a pin in myself.
That is so good.
Referred to as catechisms. You can still find one on the Sons of Confederate Veterans website. So
they actually called it a catechism.
They actually called it a catechism. I was raised Catholic, so
was I.
Like fucking hell.
Sorry,
are we just like the same person at this point?
Maybe.
Can you just go back? Oh, I'm just trying to. Yeah. Go on a second. I was just.
Confederates were a little extra in their commemorations of the war. So what? Still seems pretty innocuous to me. Not so much. There was always a political dimension to Lost Cause ceremonies, and political advocacy was an important function in veterans groups, mainly in support of segregationist policies designed to continue white rule in the South. Politicians frequently spoke at Confederate reunions, and as the decades wore on, different political movements claiming the heritage of Lost Cause cultural memory made veterans events their soapbox. In the 19th century, it was anti-Reconstructionists and populists. In the 20th, Wilsonian Democrats and civil rights era reactionaries. This continues today in Lost Cause spaces online, where pro-Confederate blogs, Facebook groups, and subreddits fearmonger about cancel culture just as much as they celebrate Civil War history. Those
anti-CRT?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I have no argument with anything he said there. I paused it because I wanted to make that point.
I mean, we have the Johnson Amendment for a reason, even though it is not actually
like this is where we're starting to pull out pins left and right.
Okay, so I need to put some shoes on so I don't step on any then, yeah?
Like bloody Legos in the middle of the night.
Yeah. This is where the grenades are going off right now.
In the late 19th century, a major goal of the Lost Cause
Sorry,
was to
you just go back to that. I think I'm going to caught that.
What was
that was a little too far back.
Whoopsie-daisy.
Where were we on it? Somewhere around here, aren't we?
No, a little too far.
Where were we? Because I accidentally clicked
Like
the
we
line
were
instead of.
about, I think we're about like 2030.
Yeah, something
Cool.
like that.
Oh, we'll go to there.
Pantheon. Lee and Davis, having suffered for their people, were identified with Christ.
He's on the bit about
Stonewall
political
Jackson,
correctness.
long-bearded
Yeah.
and wild-eyed, syncretized with Mark of the Covenant. Lost cause histories were literally referred to as catechisms. You can still find one on the Sons of Confederate Veterans website. So ex-Confederates were a little extra in their commemorations of the war. So what? Still seems pretty innocuous to me. Not so much. There was always a political dimension to lost cause ceremonies, and political advocacy was an important function of veterans groups, mainly in support of segregationist policies designed to continue white rule in the South. Politicians frequently spoke at Confederate reunions, and as the decades wore on, different political movements claiming the heritage of lost cause cultural memory made veterans events their social.
I just want to point out that that's the exact tactic evangelical right-wingers in the US use.
Yeah,
Religious meetings, political meetings disguised as religious meetings.
Also,
and it's supposed to be prevented by the Johnson Amendment. It's a tax code where, because churches have tax exempt status, blanket tax exempt status in this country, which I don't think they should have, but that's this whole other can of worms. They are not allowed to preach politics from the pulpit, or they lose their tax exempt status. However, it happens constantly. It is never actually really enforced. I think
it's never been enforced.
I think one case recently was that one guy that he got into it with the whole sovereign citizen thing, and he got zapped. And he also says
Anderson,
that
I think it was.
I can't think of his name, but like he says like autistic kids are possessed by demons, and that really pissed me off. But yeah, he basically went on and did the whole preaching thing, and people reported him to the IRS. And he's like, well, I'm just going to dissolve my 501,
no.
And
so you've got Greg Locke.
That was it. That was the one.
Yeah, you've got Greg Locke mixed up with Steven Anderson.
Oh,
Steven Anderson was tased.
Either way, they're both terrible, and they both preach politics from the pulpit. But one of them did actually.
Yeah, it's like I'm never ever going to forgive Ring for getting blocked by that motherfucker before I got blocked. Ring and I were in a competition to see who could get blocked by Pastor Greg Locke first. Ring won.
So there's something about American culture, and it may be the American culture I was exposed to vis-a-vis Ring's family, but something that really freaked me out about American culture, and I want to just point it out. When I came to the US, Ring took me to a religious service with their family because I was trying to impress the mother-in-law, the things we do. And I was immediately and very nearly struck dumb when I walked into this church, essentially. And at the front, there's the altar. And to the side of the altar, there's an American flag. Now, I was raised Catholic. The only flags I ever saw in church were the Vatican flag, if I ever saw one at all, which is very, very rare to see a flag in a Catholic church. And that struck me so straight. Like a country that one of its foundational ideals was the separation of church and state. The idea that you've got churches in your country waving the American flag, that's so strange to me. Like, I will never get used to that idea.
They try to pretend like that's not actually part of our founding doctrines, and that it's not true.
I'll also have to point out that's the church that had the school where we pledged to the Christian flag and the Bible in addition to the American flag.
How do they not see that you can't pledge to both of those things?
Cognitive dissonance is a bitch.
Yeah, mutually exclusive. Like, and being raised Catholic, I'm well aware of the art of performing cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
And the art of doublethink. Like, I'm well versed. But wow, an American flag in a church.
Yeah, but we should probably continue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Soapbox. In the 19th century, it was anti-Reconstructionists and populists in the 20th, Wilsonian Democrats and
Oh,
civil
that's the
rights
bit
era
that I chuckled on,
reactionaries.
actually. I
This
think.
continues today in Lost Cause Spaces Online, where pro-Confederate blogs, Facebook groups, and subreddits fearmonger about cancel culture just as much as they celebrate Civil War history. Those websites sure love you. Oh yeah, big fans. In the late 19th century, a major goal of the Lost Cause religion was to institutionalize itself. Early, Pendleton, Jones, and others were keenly aware that passing their ideas down to the next generation would be crucial to preserving the Confederate legacy.
And here's the textbook.
So they focused their advocacy on the education system. Now that the United Confederate Veterans and United Daughters of the Confederacy were established and active, Lost Cause evangelists had an organizational network to spread their ideas. Young women of the pre-war planter class, finding themselves in need of income after the abolition of slavery, gravitated toward teaching, and by the 1890s dominated primary school education. Reverend Jones and Susan Pendleton Lee, who was William Pendleton's daughter, both authored popular textbooks in the 1890s advancing the Lost Cause mythos. And Jones urged his fellow ex-Confederates to fight tooth and nail against the introduction of Northern authored textbooks into Southern classrooms.
Okay.
And that's still happening.
This is what you guys were talking about earlier.
At the beginning of the stream, like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, no. 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
This is the thing. Like, there is recognition of, they call it the power of the nursery when you're discussing medieval history. The idea that women have soft political power throughout history, because for the first anything up to 8 or 9 years of a child's life, usually, very prominent children who will grow up into prominent men, the mother is the sole source of information and education. With nannies and things, but the mother primarily directs the child's education until he's old enough to wave a sword around, and then daddy gets involved. Or sends him off to be like to follow a knight around for a few years and learn how to swing a sword. But those first few years in a child's life are very, very formative in their political ideas, their understandings. And, this goes back to Sparta. Like the idea that there's a reason Sparta started educating at 7 years old and took the kids away from the parents at 7 years old. It's because up until that point, you form the morals and the ethics of the child, but you don't necessarily teach them anything practical. But the morals and the ethics of the child stay with them. And, it's this same thing of what you teach a child at home is what they're going to take into the classroom. And there's only so much teachers can do. And there's only so much unlearning teachers can do. Like, and I'm sure Ring is still embarrassed, but I shared this story, so I'll share it. Ring, is was it middle schooler, early high schooler, refusing to attend World History 101 because
I didn't refuse to attend, but
you boycotted it.
Well, I went when after I got out of 8th grade. So as I went into high school, parents gave me the option, hey, you can either go to you can keep going to the Christian school or you can go to a public school. I chose to go to a public school because I didn't want to deal with the dress code.
I've heard worse reasons.
Yeah. So, and when choosing our history class, we had there was a choice between early world history and modern world history, and I was like, ooh, early world history, like the Crusades and Rome and Greece and interesting stuff. Interesting stuff, interesting stuff like that. Well, I purposefully failed the first quarter of it because it was covering human evolution.
Yeah.
I was that indoctrinated.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and again, there's this, the parents have a lot to answer for when they raise kids like that. And again, there's only so much the school can do. But these textbooks, and like I've seen some of these textbooks, And they wouldn't be out of place in there's a reason fascist regimes, one of the first things they do when they get into power is rewrite the textbook.
Yeah.
There's a reason we have textbooks from the 1930s in Germany asking, there's one famous question from there. If it takes 5 Aryans, 1 week to do an excellent job building this house, how many weeks will it take 10 lazy, feckless Jews or whatever the fuck it says?
Yeah.
Because it's all about the indoctrination of the children. Once you have the children, you've already built the foundation upon which the future of your regime exists.
It's more than just textbooks. I had a Spanish teacher that she was an older woman, and she was in Cuba, when Castro first came to power, and she said that she was in her elementary school classroom, and there were people that came into the classroom and said, close your eyes and, pray to God for candy and treats. And they did. And, open their eyes, nothing. Then close your eyes and pray to Castro. And the little helpers put shit on all the kids' desks.
Yeah. There's a reason in Soviet Russia there were images of Stalin and Lenin on the classroom walls.
Yeah.
There's a reason Catholic schools have crucifixes in every classroom. There's a reason Americans make the Pledge of Allegiance every morning.
I got in trouble for not saying the pledge in high school.
Constitutionally, they're not allowed to do that, but okay.
I like Bart Simpson's version. Hey, America, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind, America.
And I'm old enough to get that reference.
Should we watch a bit more of this?
Yeah.
I'm just.
We should demand the abolition of Yankee school histories from our schools. And if they force the issue, we should squarely meet it and fight for a change in our school authorities if they persist in using Yankee school histories.
Ex-Confederates' mission to indoctrinate the rising generation was a
ex-Confederates.
Yeah, something evangelicals putting themselves on school boards.
Yeah. I'm also going to say, I'm going to say one phrase, and then I'm not going to comment any further. There's no such thing as an ex-Marine.
Yeah. Also, I'd say put a pin in it for like all the evangelical talk and all the, and all the Godwin's Law talk, but there are already enough pins in there for.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, we're
looking like Hellraiser.
We're gonna have to make sure we don't take piercing damage when all those pins come out.
I have such sights to show you. All right.
Yeah.
Resounding success. By the turn of the 20th century, the culture war was won, and the impact of that victory was soon felt all around the country. In 1896, post-war racial issues came to a head with the Supreme Court ruling Plessy versus Ferguson, which of course established separate but equal as a law of the land.
Okay.
White
quick
Southerners.
one on that. Quick one on that. Guy Homer Plessy in that. He was, I believe, 1/8 black. I believe. This was, that was his ethnic. I'm trying to think of the right words to say here, but you're getting the idea here that, but this is how they viewed it, and if that sounds a little bit similar to something that may have happened in the 1930s in a certain country in Europe, that's because it is.
The whole one drop thing.
Yeah, one drop rule. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very much so. Yeah, one drop rule is interesting.
Yeah.
Accepted legal segregation to be an effective substitute for slavery as a tool to control the black underclass. When the Spanish-American War and World War I gave the reunited states a new sense of national purpose, white Northerners grew more inclined toward reconciliation, and many came to accept the lost cause version of Civil War history. Essentially, to reunite white America, Northerners sacrificed the rights and dignity of black America. Blacks had fought and died for the Union and were instrumental.
Simultaneously, America and the Britain were also sacrificing Poland to Stalin, and also apartheid was a bit early for apartheid, but it's the same process.
It's the same
in South
principle,
Africa. Same principle, you know. Again, it's divide and conquer, and conquer, and this is why. Yes, white allies, but also this is why white allies will always be looked on in suspiciously. It's why allies are always treated with suspicion by minority groups, because you can walk away from this. This is not your identity. You can walk away and you can throw us under the bus whenever you like.
It's one of the things that, as a bisexual, you get lobbed at you, especially if you're a bisexual in a heterosexual relationship. It's like, it doesn't invalidate my identity. However, like, you have passing privilege, and
how is it privilege to have to hide my identity?
Yeah, or to have it completely erased. But like, that's literally one of the volleys lobbed at you.
I'll just say,
believe me, I'm aware. Yeah,
for a good conversation on allyship, we did a string with both Ring and Noodle on my channel, along with Jen.
And it's like this is why I'm very careful about the people I allied myself with, because when I speak to people who are allies on whatever part a minority aspect of my identity they are allies to, or usually all of it, I don't only have to trust that you are on my side now. I have to trust that if someone comes knocking at the door, you will hide me. If you won't hide me, you are not my ally.
Absolutely.
And when the Nazis come knocking, are you giving me somewhere to hide under your floorboards or in your basement? Yeah. Are you lying to the Nazi at the door? And if you're not my ally. And a lot of people don't realize, allyship is an active, constant thing.
It's not fair weather.
Yeah, exactly. And you have to, when someone is an ally, this is why I love Scummer so much, because Scummer, I absolutely believe, is a great ally and would stand up and make that stand. And it's one of those things where
I don't feel like I always do stand up when I perhaps should, but
no. But if I knocked on your door and said, "Scummer, help me, they're coming for me," I'm pretty sure you'd let me in.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And it's one of those where when we assess allies, when we meet allies, we're not only assessing what you're doing now. We're taking a gamble on whether we can trust you with our lives.
Yeah.
And that's you've got to earn that. That's not something you get.
Like for someone who has minority identities, like to always have that fear in the back of your head. It's like, right now they're going after the trans people, and after that it's probably going to be the other queer people, and who knows, if Clarence Thomas kicks it and the racist whites get their way, then they might try to use his argument to get rid of same interracial marriage again. And
I was 5 years old the first time my Jamaican mother sat me down and said, Noodle, obviously not, but Noodle, always buy gold and always buy jewelry, because if you ever have to run, you can use it to barter passage. And people care more about gold than lives, and you can't trust people to look after you without paying them. I was 5 years old. The following year, my great aunt, who is Polish, had pretty much the same conversation with me when she gave me a piece of jewelry as a gift. She said, "This is for if you ever have to run." 5 and 6 years old.
And it's heartbreaking.
And the thing is, though, that's not, even to this day, I buy things. I buy small, valuable things rather than save money in the bank. Because I know if a fascist government comes in, the first thing they're going to do is freeze the assets of minorities. Yeah. And we're not going to be able to get our money out the bank. We're going to need to be able to go to a boat with a ring or with a chain or with a pair of earrings and say, "I need to get the fuck out of this country. Can I stow away?" And the captain's going to say, "What have you got to pay me?" And his options are going to be to open his legs or to give him a piece of jewelry. Make sure you've got the jewelry ready.
Yeah.
Those are your options. And that's what we're taught from so young. And this is why it's so important to make sure your allies are people you can trust to get you to that boat. So important.
Yeah.
There's a reason when the Russian royal family thought they were being moved, they literally embroidered jewels onto the corsets of the daughters to run with in case they had to run and bribe officials. There's a reason for that.
Yep.
It's because human beings cannot necessarily be trusted to do the right thing.
Unless there's financial incentive.
Exactly.
Yep. And we should probably continue.
Yeah.
Instrumental in quelling the rebellion. But the Jim Crow era saw the Confederate vision of a white supremacist nation rise from the grave. Hell, the federal government even retired the hated blue uniform. In the trenches of the Western Front, Northern and Southern soldier alike wore khaki. But that wasn't the reason behind that decision. Most militaries switched to khaki uniforms around the turn of the 20th century.
Again, this is where I might have a slight disagreement here. I know symbolically this is what he's saying here, but there was also very practical reasons for.
Well, also, Scummer, did you catch the way Aton Shea looked at the camera when he said "rise from the grave"?
Yeah,
that's a nice bit of foreshadowing.
Yeah.
But there are practical reasons that uniforms change, but also you do require a military uniform. Like, there's a reason the Germans don't still use Hugo Boss uniforms.
Yeah.
It's not just because they're no longer practical.
A lot of most of the armies in the First World War, I think, switched to khaki. I think the only one that I can think of off the top of my head that didn't were the French. They still kept their blue coats.
Yeah, and look how that went.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
For though, ain't it? I'm still skeptical that everybody would just go along with this. Well, in the 20th century, the Lost Cause had a lot of help from the most effective propaganda tool in human history.
Oh, here we go.
The movies.
Yeah.
D.W. Griffith's infamous 1915 blockbuster, The Birth of a Nation, and the classic 1939 historical epic, Gone with the Wind, both reflected and cemented white supremacist interpretations of Civil War history in American culture. By the time Julius Howell was interviewed in the 1940s, the Lost Cause was firmly established in the popular...
I want to pause it there because I want to look at this line of, here in this pretty world, gallantry took its last bow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's the romanticization of like the antebellum South and how the men were gentlemen and the women were those delicate Southern belles.
Yeah.
Also, if you want to,
I just say hi. I just see Stephanie in the chat. Hi, Stephanie.
That's can you put that comment up, please, Ray? Because that Stephanie is I really appreciate you saying that because it does come across that you know what you're talking about. Review of Lost Cause Mythos. We are doing our best to give a cogent commentary between giggling at the satire. But I need to go watch yesterday's Skeptic Haven.
I will have to watch it too.
So, and if you want a scathing indictment of the picture of the antebellum South as chivalrous and gallant, I'd like to refer to you by a piece of literature that was actually covered a couple years back on Media Musings and was written by a Southerner. That this piece is, of course, A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court by Mark Twain.
Yes, I will point out as well the idea of knights and gallants and chivalry. Like, tell me you don't understand what a knight, a gallant, or chivalry was without telling me.
I mean,
chivalry was a rule of combat. It was the full. There's an argument to be made that it was the forerunner to things like the Geneva Convention or rules of warfare. It wasn't about the concept of chivalric love is itself a bastardization of what chivalry was.
Oh, that reminds me of this great joke.
Go on.
So
I think I know the joke.
Yeah. I passed a lady on the street and didn't hold the door open for her. So, and she said, "Well, I guess chivalry's dead." Well, chivalry is a code of battle etiquette. So I challenged her to a duel. Turns out I'm the better jouster. Chivalry's not dead, but the woman is.
Yeah, basically, that's a fantastic
Brilliant.
joke.
I
Brilliant.
just will say this about these two films that have been mentioned here. Now, on the surface, Birth of a Nation is far more insidious than Gone with the Wind.
Yeah.
But I actually hate Gone with the Wind more.
The thing with Gone with the Wind is it's more popular, it's more well known, and it exists more within the psyche of the culture.
It's the sort of film that will still be shown. Nobody is going to show Birth of a Nation on TV today.
Gone with the Wind appears
Gone
on
with the
Channel 4
Wind is
regularly.
on fucking regularly on British TV to this day.
Well, here's the thing. Birth of a Nation was more disgusting and blatant in its, depictions of things. However, I would say that it is actually Gone with the Wind that is much, much more insidious because not only is it, adjusted for inflation, the highest grossing film of all time. However, like it also, perpetuates this romanticization of the South and the happy slave and all these other things. It puts it into popular culture, and then other things like our media and pop culture, they reference back to earlier things. No one's referencing Birth of a Nation, but they are referencing Gone with the Wind, which is why it is much more insidious. It's the poison you can't taste.
I mean, exactly. It's the quote unquote the best propaganda is the propaganda you don't realize is propaganda.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, on the pointing out history as rhymes, congratulations to the to Stephanie Helms for being the first person in the chat to
put a pin in it.
All right, take a drink, Steph.
Well done, Stephanie. Yeah, but I just wanted to say that. I just want to say now. I know with Birth of a Nation that it's got this history of being like the first film that was ever shown in the White House, and like Woodrow Wilson being a massive fan of it, and I am glad that modern historians on both sides of the political divide are looking at Woodrow Wilson as a president now and maybe coming to the conclusion that he wasn't so good.
You think?
I mean, I like cynical historian. Every time he mentions, he's like Wilson. Yeah. I mean, the only good thing, the only positive thing you could say about Birth of a Nation is that the cinematography for the time and period was very good. That's the only good thing you can say about it.
The thing is, right, when you get pieces of propaganda like Birth of a Nation, like Gone with the Wind, they can, in the correct circumstances and when used in the right way, be a very useful educational tool. If you do what we're doing now, which is sit down and deconstruct it.
Yeah.
Even Disney threw its hat in the ring for doing this type of propagandize, like Song of the South. Like that again continued the happy slave narrative. That's why it's not played anymore.
And it's very much it's the thing is, right, and this is a problem we have in modernity, and I'm gonna jump on my soapbox for a second. We have this problem, and it's a phenomenon of the last 20 years or so, but it did have its origins earlier than that, where instead of teaching people the arguments against a morally, ethically, politically repugnant concept, we just tell them, no, it's wrong. And there's no debate happening. Now, and we say, oh, we're not platforming those ideas. Those ideas are horrific and horrendous. No, you know I'm radically anti-censorship. The reason I am is because those ideas should be platformed, should be heard. Because when you platform those ideas and allow them to be heard, you also create a space for them to be deconstructed live and destroyed live. You can kill an idea, but you can't kill an idea if you don't allow it to be spoken.
Also,
you kill an idea by making it public.
Also,
or if you want to kill an idea, it has to be a public execution. You can't do it in secret.
Is the best disinfectant kind of thing.
Yeah.
Also, apologies to anyone who grew up on Shirley Temple, but a lot of Shirley Temple movies are like just fucking insidious when it comes to this.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I haven't watched a lot of Shirley Temple movies, so
it's like I think the only ones that aren't are is like Heidi, and that's
to be honest, the only thing I really know about Shirley Temple was that she became like a diplomat in later life, and she sang "How Much Is That Doggy in the Window." That's about all I really know about her. So,
yeah. So we should probably continue.
Yeah.
Their imagination of a deeply segregated America. But then, in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, things changed. The civil rights movement was a major blow to white supremacy in America. And as people of color gained more social and political agency, historians...
I just want to point something out about the signs those women are holding.
Yeah.
Look at end bias now, integrated schools, decent housing. These are all things we generally accept to be basic human rights.
Yeah.
Decent housing, reasonable education, an end to police brutality in the background there, look. This one, an end to police brutality.
Yeah.
An end to bias. We're still fighting for this now. And also, like, you've been lied to, and this image is lying to you. And it does it in a very insidious way, and it's something that is common in American textbooks and American histories. The civil rights movement happened in color.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of the images are shown in black and white because it creates this idea in your mind that it happened a long time ago. We have color photographs of marches like this.
Yeah.
We have color photographs of people getting hosed down by water cannons, children having dogs sicked on them.
Yeah. We have color images, but they're presented in black and white because it makes you think it was longer ago and it creates distance when you're watching. And it's also cheaper to print in black and white, or at least that's the excuse they'll give you for why that's how it is in the textbook. But notice how the textbook has a very nice, pretty color front page, though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Began to focus more on Black perspectives in American history. The story that emerged from this research was a continuous struggle against authoritarianism and bigotry that resonated with Americans of the Vietnam era. In contrast, the lost cause came increasingly to be seen as a hateful...
I'm going to pause this very quickly, and I'm glad he's blurred that.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's the note
Yeah.
word.
No.
But notice this image the way it is. You have that sign there, which is very blatant. Then directly next to it, someone waving a Confederate flag.
Yeah.
And look at what all these boys have in common. None of these boys would be out of place as an extra in Greece.
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. And again,
they are normal, regular, white American boys.
This was in living memory for many people. This would have been in about the 1960s, give or take.
Yeah, like the reason they don't want to teach kids CRT is because they don't want to have to explain themselves to their grandkids.
This was like 20 years before I was born. Like what is happening here. And, you know, thinking about that, you know, just 20 years before I was born, my current relationship would have been taboo. And my child, even though he looks white, would, again, going by their archaic and disgusting, you know, one drop, you know, you would be considered black, even though you would never, ever think that based on looking at him.
Yeah.
And it's just, it's again, gross.
And I just did it. Did you hear what I just said? I've just realized what I just said. These boys are just all American boys, I said.
Yeah.
I repeated the propaganda that they were children and innocents and were just repeating what they... No, these were men. Look at them. They are men. They are adults who know exactly what the fuck they are doing, and they should be held accountable for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're so used to the narrative that we've in your head.
I'll just say so because I think he brought this up already about Atunchai. I think brought this up already before we got to this point, but the use of the Confederate battle flag there, that was not like a big thing during the Civil War period itself, or that was a later thing how that flag got adopted. I mean, it wasn't even. It's not even a fucking official flag.
Yeah, it's basically. Yeah,
it's not.
It basically
it's an anti-civil rights flag, not a Confederate flag.
That is why this is what I mean when people say about. I mean, I have this conversation about like the Confederate flag a lot of the time. Oh, it's about history. So it's not. No, it wasn't even the fucking flag of the Confederacy. Now, it was incorporated into two of the later flags that were official, like the Stonewall flag and it's the stainless banner and the stained banner. But that cross, the St. Andrew's cross with the stars, is in the corner. It's of But
and it's like again
that the romanticization of that flag is something that came much later.
But Scummer, acolytes and religious fanatics and soldiers need a flag to march behind. They need a symbol.
But that's why this is why I will say that flag is fucking racist.
Yeah, it's all part of the mythology.
And
the
like
mythos.
the majority of the monuments that were put up to honor the Civil War and the Confederate soldiers and whatnot, they didn't happen until decades and decades after. Some of them, it wasn't until the 1900s.
No, do you know when most Confederate monuments
It was like
went
1950, I think.
At the height of the civil rights movement in America.
Okay, so
they
the
were a direct
1960s.
response to the civil rights movement.
Yeah, it was kind of a fuck you know your place as opposed to, you know, like actual.
And actually, Alton Shea does have quite a at least 3 or 4 videos on Confederate monuments.
There was. I'll just say this: there was an awful lot of General Lee, Stonewall Jackson flag statues went out. There's maybe only 2 of Longstreet. Put it that way.
And I think
one of them was in his hometown.
But again, just to drive my point home, these people in this picture are not boys. Look at them. Some of them have got tattoos. They're smoking. You know, they're wearing work clothes. They're not children.
Yeah.
And so if you do catch yourself, like I just did, catch yourself calling them children, don't. Because that infantilization of white people, that myth of innocence is what they hide behind. And it's as insidious as all the rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, going back to like the propaganda and in pop culture, like look at the Dukes of Hazzard. The fucking car was named General Lee.
Kitty, I'm going to say this. My first exposure to that fucking flag was the Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah.
I loved that as a kid. I loved that because I love seeing the Duke boys fucking get one over on Boss Hogg and you know Sheriff Roscoe. I fucking loved it.
But it's like weaving
and
in
I didn't realize.
As a child, you see that flag and associate. Yeah. So as a child, you associate that flag with happy memories and joyous times sitting watching a movie with your parents. And then as an adult, you get defensive about it.
I'm realizing that I'm realizing this now as even as an adult, even as someone who's British. I'm not from the United States. I'm not from the South of America. Look.
Yeah.
Oh, I can get a warm, fuzzy feeling about that flag because I saw it in a TV show that I really loved as a kid, and that's how insidious the fucking Lost Cause is.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, right. Let's carry on anyway.
Yeah.
Now we've did like this. Also, for the record, what we've just done there with that photograph, that's how you dissect visual media as a historian.
Yeah.
And oppressive ideology. And mainstream historiography started to seriously question its legitimacy. The cat was out of the bag. In the 80s and 90s, historians like Gary Gallagher, James McPherson, Gaines Foster, and others thoroughly dismantled the tenets of the Lost Cause with some excellent scholarship. But there remained a serious disconnect between this growing academic consensus on one hand and the perception of the public at large on the other.
People like to say historians say, or historians think, or have a go at historians for out-of-date ideas being public. Historians in general, very broadly, have a major optics issue and have a major issue with decimating, you'll hear people talk about, historians talk about something from ancient Rome, and it's something that was debunked in 1947.
Yeah.
And anyone who studied the history knows it, but anyone who hasn't thinks historians are still touting that nonsense.
Yeah.
And it happens with this as well. But do you know what I really like about this guy?
What?
He is the first YouTuber I think I have ever seen. I think OSPs maybe used the term once or twice. He said the word historiography multiple times. He understands what historiography is. Historiography is the history of how we receive historical information. And it's important because historiography tells you whether the historian you're reading is a Marxist or a feminist or, is left-wing, right-wing, what era they were in, what their context was.
Yeah.
And therefore you understand their biases when you read them because no one is without bias. And
Also,
he actually goes into that, and that's so...
Yeah.
I love it.
And
Noodle, can I just say, I'm so glad you're bringing out how much you're enjoying this guy right now. Because I think we're about to get into the one point of this video where I might give him some pushback on.
Well, the thing is with this, anyone who is formally trained in history knows about historiography. Like it's lecture 1 of your undergraduate history degree. But if you've not studied history, you don't like it. It's like it's a tell. Like if someone talks to me about historiography, I know you know your shit. And I'm going to sit up and pay attention. If you don't know what historiography is and you cannot at least refer to things that are part of historiography, I know I'm talking to someone on a level who doesn't truly understand how to do history.
Now, to be honest, and bear in mind how long myself and Noodle have been doing collaborations on stuff, and we've never talked about this, maybe will be a bit of an indicator of how much of an amateur I am to the professional. So
the thing is that we pitch it to the amateur, and it's fine. But if I'm talking to a historian, someone who's studied this higher than school level, I expect you to know about historiography. And if you don't, there's a serious problem because you don't then understand the philosophical underpinnings of what you've studied. And you need to understand the philosophical underpinnings because you need to understand your own biases, if nothing else.
And also, since it's coming up, we are never going to cover gods and generals on Media Musings because because all I'd have to say is go look at Aton Shea's video where he rips it apart, and that would be my position.
I have thoughts on this in a second. All right, this next bit play ring because I have
1990 Ken Burns documentary The Civil War and the 1993 Ron Maxwell film Gettysburg spawned a huge surge of public interest in the Civil War, but they also propagated common misconceptions with origins in the Lost Cause myth. The Burns documentary's over-reliance on narration by Southern novelist Shelby Foote left many viewers with a mistaken impression of the causes of society.
Something documentaries do.
They
rely on resources that why is to bring it right up into modernity, Netflix? Why does a Netflix documentary about Cleopatra rely on someone who studies African American history? I'm sorry, what? And this, why is a history documentary asking a writer? What are your qualifications, dude?
This is where I need to give a little bit of pushback because I'm going to defend this TV series. And this is where I think he's being a little unfair. Now, yes, Shelby Foote is quite often a talking head in this series. But they also have African American historians. They have a lot of different points of view. He's not that overly relied on this. Yeah, he might be the guy giving the Southern point of view. And I'm not saying that the Ken Burns series is perfect by any means. There's a lot of flaws with it, but it is also one of the best fucking documentary series ever made. It is an absolute masterpiece of television and beautifully made. And so I'm going to give him pushback on this. and I'm going to give him a little bit of pushback on Gettysburg in a minute, and not so much gods and generals, because I'm somewhat on board with what he says there, but Gettysburg, what he says about that, I have some issues with as well.
I'd like you to please put up the quote that Stephanie Helms has shared in the chat, because this is beautiful. And shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will. Lukewarm acceptance is much more bewildering than outright rejection. Yeah. Shallow understanding from people of goodwill is how we get shit like ancient aliens.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is far more insidious than.
And let's just put it this way: there's a fucking like a gulf of difference between Ken Burns and fucking Ancient Aliens. Okay,
yeah, no, but again, it's this point of that's how they find their way in. That's how they work their way in. And I will say I watched, because I've watched this series God knows how many times. I don't think he was the best contributor, but. And I don't think he was to say he was over relied on. I think is very unfair. I think it's a very 2023 mindset. Although that's not to say it's wrong, but it's very 2023 mindset to look at a documentary and to question the qualifications of the person speaking, like I just did, because I am used to seeing quote unquote documentaries that have been put out that are deliberately misinformation, and everyone's an expert, but they're not necessarily an expert in what they're being asked to talk about. But they are transferring the gravitas they would have in their area of expertise to something to do with history, because people think anyone can do history, and no, you can't. Stop it. Yeah. Like, if you want to talk about history, ask a historian. Don't ask a fucking physicist.
I know this guy I know Ken Burns had actual history. I mean, I think Dee Brown was one of the flipping talking heads from this who wrote the book.
But the point I'm making is this piece, Shelby Foote may have, it may have been done because he has a lot of information. He's done a lot of research. He's a big amateur. But what we are seeing more and more is the deliberate use of experts in unrelated fields to push a political narrative in documentaries. Like, it's deliberate. Like, it's very deliberate that occasionally you'll see like documentaries on ancient Rome, and the historian in it is like a historian of like the American Civil War, or the Russia 1918, and it's like they've got nothing to do with it. But if you know what they're actually an expert in, it suddenly becomes very obvious that there's a political agenda being pushed. It's like that Dr. Campbell on YouTube, the anti-vaxxer. He's a doctor of education, so why is he talking about vaccines? What the fuck?
Yeah.
But that's his argument.
I just felt I had to give a little bit, because I am gonna now. It is like 20. It's all it's.
We should continue, but because we're repeating
the
ourselves.
overwrought sentimentality and sanitized violence of Maxwell's film glorified the war and the soldiers who fought in it. It also downplayed the importance of slavery to the Confederate cause. Gettysburg inspired thousands of people to become Civil War reenactors, and to this day, at public events, many reenactors will teach a version of Civil War history more inspired by the movie than by actual evidence.
Okay, stop.
Are you about to shit on?
There's an element of truth in what he just said, I think. But again, I am going to defend that movie Gettysburg a little bit. Okay, the sanitized violence, here's the thing. It was made for television.
The thing is...
It was made for... Yes, it did sanitize the violence, but it was made for television.
So I'm going to ask a question, Scummer. It was made for television. Why are you making something for television that you have to sanitize beyond all recognition? What's the reason?
Well, no, it wasn't. I don't think it was not. It was not sanitized beyond all recognition whatsoever. It really wasn't. That's where I have an issue with what.
Okay, but if you have to sanitize something for television, you probably shouldn't be making it for television.
Probably not.
And if you're making it for television, that tells me that you want to present a sanitized viewpoint.
That's just how this got commissioned. These are the people. It was fucking.
Why did they commission it?
Yeah.
This is the point I'm making. Like, yes, it's sanitized for TV, and by its very nature, it had to be sanitized for TV.
Yeah.
But why would you make it for TV if you knew it had to be sanitized if that wasn't the goal?
Yeah. But here's the thing. Even with this is where I have a little bit. I just have a little bit of an issue with what he's saying, that it's only marginally more sanitized than a film like Glory, which I will defend as. And you've heard me say this. That I think Glory is the absolute best film made about the American Civil War. Gettysburg is a decent movie. Now, I have it. There are problems with it massively, yes. But I do think Gettysburg is actually somewhat balanced as a movie, and in a way, Gettysburg actually did something to a historical figure that has been shit on by. I mean, Gettysburg somewhat rehabilitated that movie. Somehow rehabilitated James Longstreet for a start. Who've been shit on by lost causes. Now, I will say,
point is, okay, Scumman, let me just ask you bluntly: is the fact that the movie, by virtue of being made for TV, had to be sanitized a feature or a bug?
Can be both, I suppose.
Exactly.
It can be both. That's a fair point. But I feel somewhat inclined to defend this movie a little bit, and I don't.
Well, again,
now,
nuance, but also, if it's a feature and not a bug, you need to come to the reception of it with that. And it is very much, it's, you watch old Western movies. Is it a feature or a bug? And you look at, tropes that exist. Are they a feature or a bug?
Yeah.
And more often than not, they are a feature. And it's only when people start calling it out that they start saying it's a bug.
I guess where I have the issue with what he's saying is that the violence depicted in Gettysburg was way more realistic. Even if it seemed sanitized, it was way more realistic than a lot of Westerns being made at the time. Now, I will say when it comes, and he'll mention something, when it comes to the prequel movie that is made about for Gettysburg, Gods and Generals, I'm totally on board. Fuck that movie. That's
okay, but
it's a disgusting movie.
It's not the violence that's been sanitized. It's the politics and the characters and their motivations that were sanitized.
Yes,
romanticized.
Yes. I will. That is a fair criticism of that movie. That is a fair.
And in response to Stephanie's comment about the Burn series, all I have to say is, my dearest Claire.
Yeah, I wonder if this guy set up that chessboard like that on purpose with the white on the Confederate side. And...
that's an actual that's an actual like Civil War Confederate chess set or
but I'm saying like having the colors on the sides, like I'm wondering if that was intentional.
Yeah, you've got to think it is, haven't you? There's nothing's an accident in the framing of this.
Yeah, especially since
I bet Dixie. I bet you that sheet music there is Dixie.
Kitty,
it's like even look at the image behind him there.
Sorry, it's on the pause screen, and I'm just picking apart everything in the background while you guys are having your chat about.
Even look at what they're drinking. He's drinking White Claw.
I think
the other guy's
drinking White Claw.
Different.
No, I think they're both drinking White Claw.
No. Yeah, it's I can't tell what Billy Yank's drinking, but it's
a different drink.
Different beer.
Some kind of a light beer.
I'll just say that
on Gods and Generals again. Just one more time, please, and then I'll be done forever. You really can't help yourself, can you? The Lost Cause regained even more ground in 2003 with Gods and Generals, Maxwell's prequel to Gettysburg. This film wholeheartedly endorses the most counter.
American flag with it cut out on the end. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
With the triangle cut out of it on the end. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Like the American flag's normally like.
Yeah.
That's weird. Is that?
There's
factual aspects of the Lost Cause myth and has done enormous damage to public understanding of the Civil War. Heavily based on late 19th century lost cause histories, the film has become a banner for white supremacists and neo-Confederates to rally under, a powerful 21st century expression of the lost cause religion.
And
Great
this
movie.
Is, this is where
The
I have
South was
can I
right.
just say-
But then came the
Oh,
2010s.
can I just
and
say
the
that this is where I'm maybe prepared to make a defense of Gettysburg, and I'm not prepared to make a defense of Gods and Generals. Gettysburg at least attempted to be balanced. Gods and Generals is not. Gods and Generals is so fucking lost cause propaganda. It's just sickening.
Also, you have to understand, Gettysburg came out in 1993. Gods and
Yeah.
Generals came out in 2003.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 10 years difference between the movies.
Yeah. And a lot had happened politically in those 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clinton versus Bush.
Yeah. The Al Gore election, the war on terror. This movie was post 9/11. Gods and Generals. You know, all these things feed into it.
I mean,
Desert Storm.
I mean, they've probably got like the thing is like okay, in Gettysburg, there's the two central characters in this movie are James Longstreet and Colonel Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain of the 20th Maine Regiment. So the story is kind of told through those two perspectives. Gods and Generals for 2/3 of the fucking movie is told through like most of it's told through Stonewall Jackson. And I almost got the feeling it's only because like Jeff Daniels did such a good job as portraying Chamberlain in Gettysburg that they got him back to it's almost like they tokenly got him back to play Chamberlain in Gods and Generals, yet his contribution is very fucking small.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am going to say we are now getting into the modern era, very much living memory, trigger warning, etc.
Yeah.
Ferguson, I'm assuming this is about 2014, but let's find out.
I'll be right back.
I
guys.
just wanted to say one thing real quick. Like going for what bloody hell, I had my point and I lost it.
You lost the choo-choo.
ADHD.
I didn't throw
for
you
the
off
win.
Yeah. If it comes back to you, give me a wave and I'll pause it and we can.
Yeah.
Dawn of a new and wide-ranging social justice movement. Police brutality against Black Americans in particular proved to be a major flashpoint for lingering racial issues. This new movement is complex and contentious.
I need to pause on that particular shot. But also,
I got it.
Oh,
sorry. No, it was just the point of that things don't happen in a vacuum. Like the difference between the 10 years, that had happened. It was literally just, like these things don't happen in a vacuum, and like all those events that happened in those 10 years prior, and wanting to essentially galvanize post 9/11, like an American mythos, because we had a new us versus them, and that was it. It was a small little point, but it came back to
no, absolutely, you are right, and America did go through this period in the early post 9/11 years of making a lot of ancient Roman movies, making a lot of war movies, refighting Vietnam on the screen again, because they were already looking at the wars they were involving themselves in and going, shit, this is going to be another Vietnam.
And
it's called Vietnam Syndrome. You can look it up. There's entire historiographies on it.
Also, I think Mel Gibson's The Patriot is like from the early 2000s as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so.
But yeah, obviously John Oliver talking about the Confederacy. He's fantastic. I adore John Oliver. I'm so glad he went to America and made it, because he would not have been as popular over here. But I'm so glad he's doing well over there.
And since it's ongoing, it's difficult to make categorical
This guy.
But one thing we seem to be in the midst of is an attempt to break down systemic inequality in the government and economy, which has led to a far more critical historiography.
I would also like to point out that about 40 minutes ago, we were looking at images of protests in black and white that said, "We demand an end to police brutality."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of the eras of American history when those systems were established. The growing interest in Black history seems to be inversely proportional to the lost cause's staying power. As more and more Americans renounce the Confederacy for the slavers' rebellion that it was, those still cleaving to the lost cause religion have become more culturally isolated.
I want to point something out. The slogan on that hat.
Yeah.
Make Dixie great again.
Ooh.
That's very deliberate.
Yes, tying in MAGA with the South will rise again and that entire mythology.
Because we all know without having to be told that the MAGA slogan is actually a call for the South to rise again. That's what making America great means again. That's what that means to those people. It means the South will rise and put black people in their place and white people on top.
It'll go
That's
back
what
to the
make America
1950s,
great again means to those people.
Yeah.
When the housewife was, pregnant, barefoot in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
There's a great bit of MAGA satire coming up in
Yeah, but I wanted to point that out because this is blatant, and this is very blatant. Like, make America great again sounds great. It's that plausible deniability. But when you dig into it, what it really means is, let's put women in the kitchen, blacks in the fields, and white people on top, because that's what MAGA means.
Yeah.
And again, please don't anyone clip me saying any of this racist shit and not give it the context that I'm. Because I'm suddenly very aware that I've said a lot of very questionable shit on this stream.
I would absolutely come back and clip the stream and just thunk somebody on the head with it if I saw that. So context matters, bitches.
Yeah. Context very much matters. Please don't anyone do that to me. Not that I think anyone would, but you never know what people are like.
Yep.
Their ceremonies, rituals, and catechisms increasingly esoteric and irrelevant.
I don't know what it is about those boots, but I'm half expecting them to start Morris dancing. I have to make that comment. It's completely irrelevant, but they look
another
like
irrelevant
they're
comment. I'm pretty
dancers.
sure that this guy was not raised Catholic because he keeps saying catechisms instead of catechisms.
Yeah, definitely.
Every time I hear it, I cringe a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, catechism. But yeah.
Over the past decade, the lost cause has taken a severe beating, maybe even a fatal one. And a tiny part of that has been this show.
Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you? But you are unfit to lick the boots of the Confederate heroes you defame.
Unfit to lick the boots of the heroes.
Yeah.
Unfit
Nobody
to
wants
kiss
to be a
the feet
bootlicker.
of the gods.
Yeah.
Unfit to wash the feet of the Savior. It all feeds into that deification, that mythos of, Mary Magdalene washed the feet of Jesus. Jesus washed his disciples' feet.
Yeah.
Mary anointed him with oil. It all feeds into those very religious ideas of service and obedience and worship.
Wonder if the gospel writers had a thing for feet.
Yeah.
Definitely
it's like,
had a boot fetish.
Yeah, like the gospel according to General Lee. Kind of, that's what's going on here. And he's doing a very good job of pointing that out, but I did just want to add my 2 cents.
Dare insult General Lee? General Jackson? Well, let me tell you something. You will never compare to the man that Thomas Jackson was.
You will never compare, as if we would want to.
Yeah.
As if they are ideals to emulate. It's how dare you insult them, you who are not fit to lick their boots. It's it's religious zeal and it's religious propaganda.
Yeah, which I'm going to say, this is the whole point of this whole scene he's doing here. He's going into a bloody meltdown because he's had his shit pushed in so far.
That comment, even the phrasing of it, you will never compare to the man that Thomas Jackson was, for you will never be remembered. That's biblical in its phrasing. That's really archaic way of phrasing it. And it's because it's a propaganda sentence and they're not thinking about what they're saying and they're leaning into that syntax of biblical vocabulary. For you will never.
Yeah.
For you will. Who says that in 2023? Who the fuck talks like that? Your priest? Even priests don't talk like that anymore.
Yeah.
That's Vatican 2.0 level shit, is that?
Yeah.
Yeah?
For you will never be remembered or mentioned 160 years after your death.
Actually, no, there's going to be a contract somewhere that gets dug up in 3,000 years saying I sold really bad copper.
Oh God. It's gone.
There's more than one way to be remembered after you die. Just bear that in mind.
With all your videos. Probably not. If this show is remembered, I would guess it would be as a small footnote of Civil War history's intersection with 21st century internet culture. If we're fortunate enough to have any legacy at all, I fully expect Checkmate Lincolnites to be considered an imperfect product of its time, like all written or filmed history. I hope we're remembered as a male.
Gotta love that for fourth wall break.
Yeah, and I'm not going to say I do love his sort of like honesty in this, like
This is why, if you look at our card for this channel, we have a disclaimer that says that anything we say represents our opinions at the exact time of streaming and is subject to further change and growth. And that's written into the disclaimer. I wrote that in deliberately because there is shit we are saying now that absolutely will not stand up in 3 months, 6 months, 5 years, 10 years time.
And that's the best
and
way
it's
to
not
do
supposed
it.
to.
It should be, your views on things should be self-correcting as you gain experience and perspective and knowledge, and learning and growing should be something that you always do as opposed to sticking to one set of beliefs forever.
A beautiful example. Scummer and I did a stream once, and then literally within minutes of the stream ending, I went on Twitter and I was like, "Oh shit!" We did a stream of the one where Asterix goes to America and meets the natives, and then I immediately went on Twitter afterwards and realized it was Native American History Week or Awareness Week.
We didn't realize.
And I didn't know beforehand.
We didn't realize that we covered one of the most fucking racist books against like Native Americans on the start of Native American History Month, and we're like, oh.
Yeah, so we did it, and we absolutely tore that book apart, so it was fine. But also, that's probably something we should have been aware of before we started.
Yeah. It was more like, oh, okay. It was more of an inconvenient timing, and we didn't know.
And it's and also it's why Media Musings is more about a practical demonstration of critical reception of media rather than
here's what to think.
Yeah.
We're doing what Ring's tagline tells you to do. We're showing you how we think so you can model, play with, take what works for you, and figure shit out for yourself instead of telling you, no, this is the right answer.
Because media literacy is definitely lacking, especially, at least in my opinion, in the United States. Like, you have people like that will watch Fight Club and like take away the exact opposite message of what was intended.
Don't.
Yeah.
Just don't. I had this issue when we watched Silence of the Lambs. Like, I had this pop culture perception of what Silence of the Lambs was about, and then I watched it, and I had opinions. And I had many opinions.
Yeah,
I had so many opinions because the exact point of that movie, like in that movie, Hannibal Lecter sits there and says, Buffalo Bill is not a transsexual, and his crimes are nothing to do with his sex or gender. And yet people still use that movie as an anti-trans stick to beat people with.
Yep.
Yeah.
I have opinions. Go watch that stream. That was a good stream. Go watch that one. But yeah.
I think we need to get to the end of this. Yeah. So
who knows? Only time will tell. But there's one prediction that I am reasonably certain about. If things keep going the way they're going, the lost cause is doomed. The myth is like a frail, diseased, very racist old man drawing rattling breaths from a life support system. Can't we just go ahead and pull the plug?
This cinematography right here.
1984. Oh my God.
There's that
The
pin.
cultural Marxists and the radical left are seeking to erase the truth of Civil War history. I will always stand for the truth, no matter how unpopular it may be.
You're projecting. The evangelists of the lost cause rewrote history in the late 19th century. Now their work is finally being undone. We're finally course correcting away from all their madness and their baggage, and you can't fucking handle it.
You're not even.
That's literally what I said at the start of this stream when I said it's
Yep.
been rewritten, but not in the way Southerners think it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I said, that here come the pins.
Yeah, I just love the meltdown he's going on here. I just fucking love it.
Pretending to be objective anymore. You reveal yourself for what you've always been. A biased, moralizing, Yankee soy boy! Damn it, Johnny. You never give me the benefit of the doubt. Most people think you're a fucking racist scum of the earth because you fly this fucking flag. You think I'm the bad guy? No. I'm coddling you like the big fucking baby you are, trying to gently coax you into the 21st century before the people behind me fucking drag you there. People think you are a fucking joke, Johnny. You've been discredited time and again. Your monuments are coming down. Your staunchest advocates are doddering old fools, and pretty soon they're going to be in the fucking ground. What have we been doing all this time? Have I been talking to a brick wall? Jesus!
Pause.
This is exactly the problem, right? I love that as an outburst because it's right. It's like the reason we try and teach history and model media literacy and all that is because we want people to not be left behind by history and culture. We care. We want to rehabilitate these old stupid racists. They're not listening. Like, do I want to have to sit and argue with people with fascist tendencies and leanings who've been played by Fox News? No, but I would much rather sit and argue that point and hopefully change a mind, even if just one, than watch someone be left and consigned to history.
Or
and
even
have to live in a
worse.
world that no longer recognizes that they are a decent human being.
No, but even worse, like if you don't try to change those minds, then you end up with groups of people that will storm the Capitol because they lost their side lost an election.
Yeah.
And this is the point, like it's all interlinked, and it's this thing of look, I don't study history, I don't talk about history, I don't do media musings because I like the sound of my own voice. I do it on the off chance that there's one person out there that the algorithm might throw this at one day who might just hear something that brings them back from the edge. I argue with people on Twitter, not to change the minds of the person I'm arguing with, but because I know there are people watching.
Yeah.
And for every person I'm arguing with, maybe 2 or 3 people are looking at that thread and going, you know, she's got a point. Maybe I should look into that. And that's how you change minds. This is why I say you cannot let ideas fester in the dark. You have to bring them out. You have to be radically anti-censorship. And the only way to destroy an idea is by public execution. I want that on a mug. Like, I feel like that's a golden nugget that I've come out with, and I want it on a mug. Like, the only way to destroy an idea is a public execution.
That needs to be like a Teespring thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's true. Like the only, like, you cannot, if you let, you know, again, channel punching bag, because we've not mentioned her in 4 hours, so let's do
we haven't done that. We've not got her.
There's one thing I know, and they strike me down with lightning, but one thing she actually did right. There's a bit in one of the last books, I know, in the 5th book, where Harry is talking to someone, and he's saying people are whispering about the truth. They're whispering that the Dark Lord is back. And so and Harry says, so if people are whispering, why aren't they doing anything about it? And Remus says, Harry, the point is that they're whispering. They don't have the courage to stand up and argue it. They're not ready to fight the battle. The only way you fight the battle is by, and this is the point in that, one of the very few really good bits of those books, where the point is that they whisper it. And so long as they whisper it, it's allowed to breed and fester without being challenged. Make them stand up and say. If you do not have the courage of your convictions to stand up and say what you think, then you shouldn't be in this debate. Say it loud, say it proud. I will have more respect for someone who will stand up and say the most blatant, racist, bigoted, transphobic, misogynistic shit than I do anyone who just stands by and lets it happen. Because at least that person has got the courage of their conviction. At least they are willing to defend what they believe in. I do not have to agree with what you are saying. I respect if you are willing to stand up and say it, even if what you are saying is that I deserve to die, because at least you've got the decency and the brass balls to stand up and the spine to stand up for what you believe in.
And to say it to your face rather than just
then I can
try to do it behind your back.
Yeah.
I would much rather, like, I don't want an ally who's going to stab me in the back. I would much rather have an honest enemy is far preferable to a dishonest ally.
Also, be careful.
Kitty, just so you know, because you're a newbie to this channel, the channel punching bag, if you haven't gathered already, is J.K. Rowling.
Yeah, no, Joanne, like,
yeah,
queen of North Island.
She is what is affectionately known as the channel punching bag.
She is the cultural zeitgeist by which all criticisms of modern politics are put through on this channel, because everyone watching this channel is familiar with her.
All right, I'll do a shot across the bow then. Like, it was bland, easy to digest, hero's journey shit that has been regurgitated time and time again. The writing's not that great. There's racism and misogyny and, disregard for the rights of sentient beings, i.e., there are slavery and the slaves are shown to be happy to be slaves. The goblins are fucking blatant fucking Jewish stereotypes. Did I love the books growing up? Absolutely. And I still have a soft spot in my heart for that story. Like, I am a Slytherin. I
literally have a Snape tattoo on my wrist.
I have an Ouroboros on my ribs. Like, I tested on Pottermore. Like, before she came out as a TERF. Like, I'm a Slytherin, tried and true. Like, it is a part of, like, it's core memories, like from like childhood. But it doesn't change the fact of the matter that I can look at that, and while I can separate, the work from the author to an extent, when looking at it with a critical eye, the work wasn't as great even then. When you have like someone named Cho Chang, it's like,
if you go back on old streams of mine, you will see I used to have a Harry Potter thing here, and that's changed because I don't want that in my background.
Can I just say,
I have so much Harry Potter merch floating around there. Well, Snape merch, let's be clear.
I
have a lot of Alan Rickman and Snape merch.
Yeah.
Just
quick thing. Can I just say, I told Ring Noodle, I told you were going to like Kitty.
You did.
Yeah.
Also, brace yourself, because all of the Nazi pins that we have been putting into the board are about to come flying.
Let's come to the crescendo. Let's get to the crescendo here. This is brilliant.
Let's do it. Yeah. Let's rip it up.
This is the crescendo. This is fucking brilliant.
Let's go.
Best bit of, and I said this before, I'll say it again, best bit of overt satires on this channel since the Nazi possession.
Yeah.
Oh.
We're into the horror genre now.
That's fantastic.
Just stop it for a sec. Just stop it for a second.
The Chick-fil-A shirt. That's fantastic.
That's what I was going to say. I know we got to stop it every so often just so copyright purpose. I know Sunshine is pretty decent about this sort of stuff, but it's not take the piss.
Yeah.
But
yeah, no, we're not taking this.
The MAGA hat and the Chick-fil-A shirt. It's fucking brilliant.
Yeah, the MAGA hat, and again, it's that thing of the way they're positioned. Like, if you look at old Soviet propaganda, if you look at images of Stalin in the first few years, Soviet propaganda, there would be a bust or sometimes a ghostly image of Lenin in the background.
Yeah.
Because it was creating this image of he was Lenin's successor.
Yeah.
And the deification of Lenin. There's a reason Lenin's body is still on display.
And and how Trotsky was deliberately blanked out of all kinds of media. Yeah.
And again, that's the visual language that we've just seen here. The Chick-fil-A MAGA hat wearing Southerner with the Nazi behind him.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jefferson Davis.
Sort of.
Okay, there's two things I want to point out. First of all, love the Star Wars reference. Not a Star Wars fan, but I know when I see a reference.
Yeah.
Second of all, this guy, I've just realized, I can't tell if it's the camera angle from here. I'm going to describe it as a Roman nose.
Yeah.
But to me, it's very ironic to see someone with those particular facial feachures in an SS uniform.
So here's the thing. In one of his videos, Aton Shea makes a call out to hate comments, claiming that he, hate comments about him being Jewish, and that he turns his head to the profile and say, I wonder why people would think that.
Yeah, no, exactly. And it's deliberate. It's very deliberate. And yeah, I'm here for it. But
I'll just say, Noodle, I'll just say, he's got a very nice nose, but he's no Cleopatra.
Yeah.
What a nose.
So for those of us, for those of you who haven't seen more of Aten Shea's stuff, this Nazi is actually another character. He's Klaus. He was an archaeologist.
Oh God, Indiana Jones.
Yeah. Like
does his face melt off?
He's in the Ancient Aliens Nazi Connection video.
Oh, I
need to watch this man's back catalog. I love
this.
It's but yeah, I just
spoilers.
The reason...
Spoilers for that video. It ends with him in the full SS uniform on Joe Rogan's podcast.
Fantastic.
And then Joe Rogan
brilliant.
says something about being on MDMT or something, and he shoots himself.
Yeah. But
so
yeah,
we're getting a Full Metal Jacket, like
like Private Pile, the whole shebang. Yeah. But like the reason I pointed that out is because that was the first thought that popped into my head. Now, if there's one thing you should know if you're watching this stream, is that we are all very anti-Nazi.
Yeah.
And yet the first thing that popped into my head on seeing that man's features in that particular lighting was anti-Jewish propaganda of Jews have those noses.
Yeah.
Because that's how ingratiated into popular culture these ideas can get.
Yeah.
And like, I know that I'm pointing that out to point and laugh at this propaganda exists. But I only know that propaganda exists because I've been exposed to it at some point.
Well, and here's the thing, like our knee-jerk reactions happen in our brain before our higher brain can actually kick in and say that, oh, this is not that. It's why you will see even like police officers that are Black are more likely to perceive Black men as dangerous, even though it's from their same, ethnic group, because of that insidious propaganda of it's always put in the news. It's the Black man did this, the Black man did that, and they bring race in whenever there's a violent crime. So, and it takes a minute where it's like you see a Black person, like they might see a Black person walking down the street towards them, and their initial instinct is to panic, but then they might actually be like, no, like that's just my neighbor.
There's the Harvard IAT study, implicit bias study, where they basically they did this on the public. I've done it, and you can do it online. Just Google Harvard IAT, race IAT, and using your keyboard, it times how quickly you react to images of Black and white people when you're put in the position of a cop with a gun. and how likely, whether you are more likely to shoot faster if it's a black person or a white person. Even without even you can be the most anti-racist person on the planet, but overwhelmingly people, even black people who did this, found that they would shoot. They reacted to images of black people and pressed the button to shoot like quantifiably faster than they did of images of white people. Who
And
would, and I don't just mean like images of them stood there. I mean a black person walking on the street. They were more likely to shoot when told that that person was a criminal than they were physically seeing a white person in the process of a crime. They would still shoot slower than they would that black person they were told was a criminal. And it's an implicit bias, and it's really interesting to do. Like I had a bit of a dark night of the soul when I did it, because I thought, holy shit, am I racist? But you've been trained to do that because your conscious brain kicks in that much slower. And Kitty's right, it's a psychological phenomenon. Your visceral immediate gut reaction to anything is not what you really think. It's what you've been taught and indoctrinated into. What you really think is the thought that comes a few seconds later that hates what you first thought.
Or
that's the real you.
Or when you, if you don't value your mental health at all, look at the, right-wing covering of the Nashville shooting and watch how much, how many times trans and trans shooter come up.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas it's like, if you actually look at the statistics, it was a guy, like the person was a trans man, and it still fits within the statistics of men are more likely to be shooters. And when you look at the actual, other, as far as trans people, there's been a handful of those shooters, whereas white men, the bar is like this, and is a little sliver down at the bottom for trans shooters.
And yet you will still see the argument made that the first major school shooter was female. I've seen that argument made.
But back on topic,
first famous one.
This, like I said, this is some of the finest overt satire I've seen.
Loa of the dead, and the keep of cemeteries. My lord, with all due respect, I'm uncomfortable with this voodoo ritual. It doesn't feel very Christian to me.
Fear not, my patriotic friend. You have but a small part to play in it.
What do I need to do?
You need
die.
How did I know that was coming?
Okay,
but I only voted for the leopards eating other people's faces party.
Yeah.
No, but here's the thing, the whole the Nazis, they weren't Christian. They had Gott mit uns on their fucking belt buckles. They absolutely were Christian.
Stalin nearly entered the seminary.
Yeah,
both Hitler and Stalin nearly became priests. Don't at me. I have the book. I have the fucking doorstop of a book.
Again, a lot more nuance. A lot more nuance to the whole.
That line.
The argument that they weren't
ritual
Christian
doesn't feel very Christian to me.
Yeah,
gets me every time.
The argument, this is one of the big things. People will immediately, they'll look at a fascist regime and they'll go, but they weren't Christian or they were atheists. They do it when they talk about the Stalinist Russia. They say, but they were atheists, they weren't Christian. One of the first things that happened when the fall of the Berlin Wall happened was church masses started happening across the USSR. Don't tell me they weren't Christian and they didn't have a religious belief. They did. It was just very well hidden.
Yeah.
And it was manipulated.
But that's not the point that's being made in this scene.
No, it's not at all.
Because
let's carry on. Go on, Ryan.
Because how closely the MAGA movement is tied to Christian, i.e. evangelical nationalism.
Yeah.
And
but again, it's it doesn't feel very Christian, and yet, all they have to do is die. The idea of MAGA as a sacrifice on the altar of fascism is a bit...
But here's the thing. Like, the MAGA people literally had their golden calf moment with their golden statue
I was
of
going to
Trump.
say this, yeah.
So, I mean...
It's like, you failed, move on.
Yeah.
Like, you tried. It's like that meme
It's
of like,
yeah,
Bart
I'm
Simpson
sure
with
there's
the cake.
I'm
You
sure there's
tried.
something about graven images that they
Yeah,
didn't get.
let's continue.
Yeah,
because it gets
let's
better.
get into this.
Oh, brothers of the master race.
I actually feel dirty hearing him say that.
Warriors of the Southland. Time for your vengeance has come. Rise up and claim your destiny. Rise up! Rise up! Rise
Stonewall Jackson's arm.
I fucking love that. Quick pause.
Rise up!
Quick pause.
Wait, yeah, quick pause.
Quick pause.
Yeah, pause.
Yeah. So I'm only
Stonewall
just saying
Jackson's
this, I'm
arms.
only just saying this is a bit of a filler for but
yeah,
Jackson famously lost his arm at the Battle of Chancellorsville, where he eventually died, and Lee is famously supposed to have said, he's lost his left arm, but I've lost my right. So there we go. Okay, I just want to say that as a little thing to break up the.
Yeah. But yeah, I love the imagery of this is brilliant. But I do want to just draw attention to a comment that was made in the chat that Ring did put up momentarily.
Yeah.
Stephanie, this is beautiful. The willingness to examine one's own acculturation to racism and reject its poison is essential to its ultimate elimination. Too many will not do that. That's the entire point. That's the difference between a racist and a progressive.
Bravo, Stephanie.
Yeah.
A racist does not question their ideas. A progressive never stops questioning their ideas.
Like, Stephanie is on point today.
You
with
are
the comments.
so on
like,
point, Stephanie.
so good.
Your commentary in the chat.
Yeah,
Stephanie is on fire.
Yeah, so absolutely, kudos for that. Beautifully worded as well. Not wearing a MAGA hat. That's gonna be here. Okay.
We round.
There is a genre of movies, I just have to point out, there is a genre of movies in which Nazis tried to summon demons and shit to win the Second World War.
Yeah.
There's a genre of horror movies about it, and it's just reminding me of that.
Yeah.
I mean, technically Hellboy also, has a little of that.
Yeah, the upper echelons of the Nazis were very interested in the occult as well. So
and of course the whole, Indiana Jones.
Yeah, there is a sound basis in history for a lot of like that nonsense.
Well done on the cinematography, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the end.
Here we go.
That
was brilliant.
It's taken
Yeah.
us almost 4.5 hours to react to like a 30-minute video.
Yeah.
But, I
but-
mean, that tells you how much commentary we've been doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But overall, what do you guys think of it?
I love it. I'm going to go back and watch the entire back catalogue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
agreed. I want to see more of his content because like it's really well done.
Yeah, it's Tunshai Films. I'll just say I did react. I'm going to do a shameless plug for my own channel here. I did react to the do the Confederates have did the South have better generals on my own channel. I did do a reaction stream to that. So just shameless self plug. But that's it. This particular series, Checkmate Lincolnites, I think is fantastic.
Yeah, it is. It's really well done. I love that he does introduce nuance into the discussion, and he does it in a way that, look, we all like to point and laugh at bigots. Like, that's partially what they're there for, I think. But it does, what I like about this series is it doesn't allow those of us on the progressive side of the point of view to be complacent. And again, this is my point of, this is why I like, he actually debunks the arguments. And again, this is something that is becoming rarer and rarer, in especially online discourse. Like, no debate over any topic, no matter how like ethically dubious the discussion is in the first place, should end with, I can't believe you'd dare even think to debate that. Like, no, absolutely everything is up for debate. Nothing is sacred, because the minute you hold an idea sacred, you lose the ability to defend it, and you have to know how to defend it. So I told the story, was it last week? Well, last stream or the one before?
Yeah.
I once won a debate in a lecture on American slavery from the pro-slavery position, because I didn't walk into that debate assuming that I was going to win.
Yeah.
And this is a problem the left has. We just have that problem in general of, we assume we're on the right side of history, and therefore we're good. We need to stop doing that, because that's how we lose. And you know, again, I'm not proud of the fact that I won that debate, but it's a very telling anecdote of learning that you have to know the opposite, your opponent's arguments and your enemy's arguments, if you're going to debunk them.
I had a similar thing, Noodle, in college, where I won a debate essentially arguing for child separation at the border. I felt dirty, like, afterwards. Like, I really did. But, I mean...
But I bet you took the same lesson from it I did, which was, I cannot allow these arguments to go unopposed. I have to know what these arguments are in order to know how to combat them.
Yeah.
And that's the lesson those kind of things teach.
I had to do a similar experience where I had to debate essentially an anti-environmentalist position, and I won it. And yes, I felt a little dirty afterwards, but
and like I said several times, that scene at the end is some
I love it.
Yeah.
And it's this thing of, this is why we model media literacy here. This is why we do this channel. This is why we give up our Sunday afternoons, you know, when the football's not on for Scummer, and we sit down and we do this, because
or when the football's
so
on, because Southampton are so shit at the moment. But
like, but yet, like, I don't want you to agree with me. Like, I'm a very forceful personality. I don't want you to agree with me. I want you to think for yourself. And if you don't agree with me, you better come at me with citations.
Well, yeah,
that's all I ask. Right? If you're going to come at me, make sure you've got the citations.
We've had some healthy disagreements. Let's be clear.
I mean, we've had them on this stream about Gettysburg.
Yeah.
You know, but the point is not to just butt heads. The point is, can we find a middle ground? Can we discuss the nuance here? Can we represent both sides of the argument? Because there's no point. Look, if someone comes to you and says something incredibly heinous, Like if someone comes to you and says, I support everything DeSantis is doing in Florida. I had this discussion with a friend just this week. A friend shared a thing of DeSantis makes it easier for child sexual abusers to face the death penalty in Florida. If you don't know what's going on in Florida right now, that sounds like a fantastic headline. Sounds brilliant. We're going to put child sexual abusers to death. Till you realise that he's also brought in a law that giving transgender affirming care is child sexual abuse.
Yeah, which it's
It doesn't sound
basically
so good,
thinly
does it?
veiled to go after trans people or people that support trans people and you know, genocide.
I had to. My friend is very woke. I had to tell my friend that context, and my friend was just like, I've not been paying attention because my friend doesn't live in America. And I was just like, look, I sent my friend news articles and stories and overviews of what's happening in Florida right now. My friend comes to me a few days later. I really hope I didn't offend you. I didn't know. And then sent me a video yesterday of someone going through and talking about the rise of anti-trans legislation in the US. Because we had that discussion of, here's a context that you're missing. Here's a discussion we need to have. And because we're friends and I didn't assume malice and she didn't assume malice, we're now on the same page and we understand what's going on there.
And that's a wonderful thing. When it comes down to it, like there's a lot of insidiousness going where they want to prey on your feelings. Because honestly, like most people, like whether they are progressive or conservative, kind of like hold children as sacred, and it's like, you know, pedos get the chair, you know, like and nobody's gonna fucking think twice about that, like someone who hurts children. But when you actually stop to realize that they are going, can you stop for just a sec? That they are going to essentially, you know, incorporate not just people that actually sexually abuse children, but expand that beyond to people that have nothing to do with that have never harmed a child in their life, then you realize just how insidious that type of like mentality is.
Yeah. It's like, I haven't spoken to my father since November. And the final nail in the coffin for me, after all of his rhetoric and everything else, he sat there and he's talking about how trans people are sexual abusers and everything else. And then in the next breath says, I would put a bullet in a pedophile's head without question, after calling trans people pedophiles, knowing that I was sexually abused as a child, and he still accepts phone calls from my abuser. That was the final nail in the coffin for me, because the basically what he's saying is he would put a bullet in my spouse's head, in my head, but still take the call from the person who I've told him and proven to him sexually abused me. And it's that inability to recognize that he's called that, and his girlfriend called me a groomer for daring to suggest. It was over the whole Nancy Pelosi house invasion thing. Like that was the final nail in the coffin for me, because they looked and with that, I don't even know if they consciously realized what they were saying, but what they were saying is they would put me up against the wall and put a bullet in my head because of their political allegiances. And yet when they were presented with an actual sexual abuser, they do nothing about it and they say nothing. And it's and I share that anecdote not to trash my dad or you know, his girlfriend or anything like that, but to make the point of a lot of people don't realize what they're repeating a lot of the time. Do I think my dad wants to kill me and murder? Not me personally, but he has yet to grasp, despite the fact that I'm very out and open with him, that LGBT includes me, and therefore when he talks about wanting to kill gay people, he's talking about me. Has he grasped that? I don't think he has. But even if he has, he's still, there's a hypocrisy there. And the hypocrisy is, it's not about protecting children, it's about your political ideas and about you being unwilling to accept that people who disagree with you exist. And that's where I drew that line, because I'd had enough. I was just like, no, I no longer trust that I can knock on my father's door and he will hide me.
As I've said, and I'm not going to mention any names here, there's three types of people in this world. There are people who are going to line up minorities and shoot them. There are people who are going to be opposed to lining up people in the minorities. And then there's a third category of people who are going to tell the people being lined up against the wall to not politicize it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is the thing, like the reason I share that anecdote about my dad again is, does he realize he's talking about his only child? Clearly not, because I was sat in his house and he was surprised when I stood up and walked out.
I mean, because
calling
cognitive
him-
dissonance and the fact that we have blind spots for people that we care about. And like one of the things why it's so easy for, you know, people to essentially paint with such a broad brush of like all like people are this, or all of this kind of person is a groomer, or all of that kind of person. It's most of them probably don't actually, in your father's case, not so much, but like most of them probably haven't had a lot of interactions with trans people or queer people, or, you know, people of different races. And when you don't have like any interactions with them, it's easier to other them. But, you know, even when you do, there's still, you fall into that cognitive dissonance trap of, well, this is, you know, somebody close to me. They're different. They're like the model version of that.
Yeah, no, it's
other
like I
group.
had the exact problem. Like, I'm mixed race, half caste, if you like. I reclaim that term, but obviously don't use it against someone else who's mixed race without asking them. And I was a kid, and my best friend in childhood, we're about 14, and all these Poles coming over here stealing our jobs. I was like, first of all, we're 14, and I just looked at him and was like, oi, I'm Polish. Oh, I don't mean you. You're not like them. You're one of us. And it's that attitude.
Yeah.
It's and I sat. We had a long conversation that day, and my friend eventually apologized, and we moved on. But that moment always stuck with me, because you're one of us. You're not like them. You're not like them. You're one of us. But I'm not one of you, and I'll never be one of you. And that's the thing. I am relying on the goodwill of people to be blind to certain aspects of my identity, so they don't commit genocide against me.
Yeah.
And I'm not willing to do that. I'm not willing to turn a blind eye to someone who is blatantly wants me dead. Like, and I'm no longer willing to sit there and cuddle people with that cognitive dissonance who can say that about people who are like me without including me in that group. Because I cannot trust you not to include me in that group. And that's a problem, because if I'm willing to stand up and fight for those people in that group, that means I can't have you at my back because you're not willing to.
Yeah.
And that's the political situation we're in right now, where decide how much your integrity is worth to you, because someone is going to come knocking at some point, and you better be ready.
Yeah. So we usually say it's a good conversation when we go double the runtime of the media we're discussing. We've gone nearly 11 times.
We've gone like 4.5.
Yeah, we've gone 4.5 hours to an hour and a half.
To react to a 35-minute video.
Yeah. And it's very much, it's that thing of, we are, obviously I feel very strongly about this because I'm every minority under the sun, you know.
Yeah.
I read that poem of first they came for the Jews, and it's like, then they came for, and I was like, shit, that's me. That's me.
You're kind of the example of that famous Richard Pryor joke. When his first appearance on TV, he says, "Hello, my name's Richard Pryor. My daddy was black. My mum was Jewish. My grandmother was Italian. My cousin is Polish. Blah, blah." And the kids all said, "Get him! He's all of them."
Yeah, basically. Yeah, it's like, They kept the patient records of trans, gay, and lesbian clients because those were the hit list for people to send to Buchenwald. Stephanie.
Yeah.
So no, absolutely, you're right. Nazis burned. The first book burnings were Nazis burning the books of the Institute. I can't pronounce that word. I'm terrible at German, but the Institute for Sexual Education, basically in Germany, in which they'd already well established the Kinsey scale. They'd well established that bisexuality and being gay and everything else is completely like it's genetic largely, but that you can't control it. And they knew that in the 30s, and the Nazis destroyed the records and the scientific evidence for that. They understood being transgender. They understood intersects in a way that we are only just catching up on now because those books were burned. So yeah, absolutely. Thanks for bringing that up, Stephanie. Again, a brilliant contribution. Every time Stephanie comments, loving it.
Yes,
and again,
you're on fire today.
Yeah, you absolutely are. And again, the comment you've put there, the Nazis literally used Jim Crow laws as a model for their purity laws. They did. If you look, there is it's the yellow. It's the star. Yellow and black star is the image for what's known as a race traitor. Someone in an interracial marriage. And guess where they ended up? In the same fucking death camps as everyone else.
And I touched on what Stephanie just said there on the Homer Plessy case. You know that technically 1/8. Yeah, okay,
is enough.
But it was enough.
But that's the point of the that's part of the point of that ending scene, and as well as the scene in an earlier video where Johnny Reb is literally possessed by the Nazi character and has to be exorcised out.
He literally possessed by a Nazi, but how could you tell?
Well, I even in the one I reacted to is when he had a great mental breakdown with the mention of Ulysses S. Grant's name.
Yeah. Can I just Little Reich? I love it. That's the new name for Florida now. Little Reich. I'm stealing that.
Yeah.
DeSantis is Little Reich.
Well, I think Kitty gets to steal that.
Yeah.
I'm fine with sharing. Like it's all good.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
and absolutely, there is a direct.
I'm just saying that you get first dibs on it, Kitty.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
but
because I'm stuck living in the Little Reich.
Yeah, if you need to go over the mountain, what you need to do is you need to learn to sing, then you need to sew some curtains, then you need to go over the mountains.
You need to climb every mountain and ford every stream.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't realize, that The Sound of Music, had Nazis in it. Because, they'll only watch the first part of it and they're like, oh, it's nice and it's just, a woman out singing in the hills. And then you watch the full 3 hours or whatever that it actually was. And you're like, oh shit, there's Nazis.
And it's also that movie. I love that movie. Just the nuns with the oil cans.
Yeah.
Love it. The idea of the nuns helping them escape. I love it. It's very Blues Brothers, that moment for me.
But
I love that movie.
Anyways, final thoughts.
Very quickly then. I think Atunchai Films does a very good job of debunking lost cause mythology. And that series, I will just say to anyone, that series, Checkmate Lincolnites, go and watch it. Go and watch it from start to finish. And it is an absolute fantastic debunk of all kind of lost cause mythology, and done in such a fun way. And I also think it is, bearing in mind that he uses a lot of the comments that have been left on his channel, it's also the most creative response I've ever seen to hate comments by a YouTuber ever.
You've never read fan fiction, clearly, but yeah.
Well, he said by a YouTuber.
Okay, because
I did qualify that statement.
Because as fan fiction writers, what we do is take the usernames of people and write them in as Death Eaters and shit into Harry Potter fan fiction.
We're talking when the stream's over, Noodle, before you go. We're gonna have a chat.
Why are you gonna try and find out my AO3 handle or something?
But anyways, I thought it. Well, first, we in Media Musings discuss a wide range of media, and YouTube videos are media. Now, will this become a regular thing? No, because this is not a reaction channel. But I feel that occasionally it is it will be worth it to take a look at YouTube series or YouTube, particular YouTube videos and deconstruct them as pieces of media. And I feel that Aton Shea's Checkmate Lincolnites series is a worthy first edition.
I mean, what we should do is get really meta and in like a couple of years for an anniversary, go back and watch the first ever episode of Media Musings.
Oh, God. We'd be there all day.
I do actually think if we ever do another Checkmate Lincolnites reaction, we got to actually at least extend the hands at Anton Shai and say, will you come on?
Yeah, absolutely.
Not that he would, but we've got to make, I think we should make the offer.
Well, I mean, given his community posts of late, he kind of feel like he kind of has a bit of a Conan Doyle syndrome when it comes to Checkmate Lincolnites, as in he doesn't like how it's overshadowed his other projects.
Yeah, I get
maybe
that.
we'll do one of his other projects then, because he, from what I can tell from this, obviously having never heard of the guy before, deliberately not looked at his channel when I knew we were doing this, I'm interested in what he has. I don't think there's any historical thing that he might want to comment on that I wouldn't be interested in hearing his point of view, because he's proven with this that he's an excellent researcher, that he's capable of presenting a nuanced discussion and debate in an engaging and fun and educational way. And therefore, I think he is very much like he's a historian and an educator.
And
I'd be very like, if he made a video tomorrow on like the Patsy in Renaissance Florence, I'd be like, cool, I want to watch that shit. If he did something on the Saxons in Britain, or
he does a lot of New England history. Like, he has a whole series on King Philip's War.
Cool.
Yeah.
Sign me up. Where do I sign?
I think the one, like, if we were going to cover another of Aton Shea's films, or Aton Shea films videos, I think it'd be the crackpot archaeology one, where he demonstrates the through line from Nazi era German archaeology to ancient aliens.
Yeah, I mean, well, the Nazis are
color me
I'm
intrigued.
curious.
Yes,
Curious about that
absolutely.
one already. So
yeah, because the Nazis are well established to have tried to use. They basically, like, there's a reason I look at ancient aliens and I'm just like, that's racist. I don't care if you think it's racist, that if you believe in this or not, it's a racist idea that you're propagating, whether you're a racist or not. You have to come to terms with that.
Ancient aliens is not racist. It's just saying that people of color could not have built the civilizations that they built.
Oh, right, because that's not racist at all.
Yeah, it's not
totally
racist
not
at all.
racist at
So
all.
I think that's about it. Shilling.
Oh, okay. I've got one. At some point tomorrow on my channel, whether it be tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow evening, I've not decided yet. I'm going to do a live stream. Anyone here is invited to, if they wish to. I'm going to do a live stream of myself asking questions of the new artificial intelligence chatbot on Atheist Alliance International's website. And let's just say I've just already had a little bit of fun with this, and I realised, I can make some content out of this.
So rocks can't be atheist, but AIs can. Just to clarify.
Well, my favourite answer was, my favourite question was, should board members of AAI ask about the organisation's finances? And the chatbot answered, yes, absolutely. They have a fiduciary duty to funny that, because when Shirley Rivera was on the board, Bill Favell and those guys told her, that's not your fucking job. Yeah. Literally, that quote.
That's gonna be. I'm tuning in for that.
Yeah.
Depending on spoons, sometime this week, I'm probably gonna either do a short live stream or record a video just venting on my dealings with grief as an atheist.
Oh
See,
yeah,
that is something that I would want to check out because like I have stories on that, that I just like that was hard. Like when my uncle passed away, going to the church, with my family, and I'm the only atheist there. Like I'm not gonna lie. There was a little envy there that they had that, that comfort of better place where I had the bittersweet comfort of he's not suffering anymore,
Yeah, and as we did get a viewership increase, or at least according to StreamYards, I am going to reiterate that just over a week ago, I learned that my dad passed away. A friend of the family made a GoFundMe. The link's in the description. Do with that knowledge what you will.
I've just reposted it in the chat as well, Ring.
Yeah.
So,
condolences, Ring.
It's again, like as Ring said earlier, it's completely up to anyone if they wish to contribute. No one's forcing anyone into anything, but
yeah.
I don't have much to shill except I am good. I don't know you, Kitty. I presume you have a YouTube channel. I'm gonna go find it after this, and I recommend anyone who doesn't know you to do the same because I like you.
Also,
well,
Kitty
I
is
mostly bounce around. I'm kind of community property. Like I go around to different places. Like I do more stuff on my TikTok than actually on YouTube. But I'm mostly just here for good conversations and to make connections with people online because I'm a bit of a shut-in.
Yeah.
I think that's all the shilling done.
So obviously there is going to be a gap in media musings in late May, but May we are having a Daniel Craig month. And
nice palate cleanser after the right-wing nuttery of Confederate History Month.
Yeah, you say that as we are kind of confused. We are kind of continuing with the Confederate theming by starting out with Logan Lucky.
Yeah.
Which
I can't win them all.
Spoke too soon.
Well, I mean,
it's a transitional piece, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, and I mean, it's redneck Ocean's 11. What's not to like about that?
The redneck bit.
Yeah, I mean, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, it's got Adam Driver in it.
I do like Adam Driver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm with John Oliver on this one.
Yeah, I was going to say I've not seen Adam Driver in anything, but John Oliver's got a point.
Yeah.
Please excuse the fact that I also married someone tall with dark hair and distinguished features.
Yeah.
I don't have a type.
Yeah. Noodle, you have seen Adam Driver in something because you've seen Logan Lucky.
No, but yeah. Like a long time ago. But yeah.
Yeah. So
I don't have a type.
So next week we are going to be starting Daniel Craig month with Logan Lucky, and just gonna continue through Daniel Craig month and see where it takes us. And
well, that's a mystery.
And with that, we'll move on to taglines. Kitty, do you have any tagline?
Like, why'd you have to start with me?
You're the guest, so yeah.
I'm just here for the ride. That's what she said. There we go. There's a tagline.
Yeah. Scummer.
Checkmate Lincolnites.
Noodle.
Take care, be good. And if you can't be good, remember, use your noodle.
And remember, the purpose of a storyteller is not to tell you how to think, but to give you questions to think on. Too often we forget that.
Absolutely.